starting out your Angus show. And first off is I want to thank the opportunity of the Black Hills Stock Show to come up here and evaluate their cattle here the next couple days. I can honestly say Oklahoma actually has more snow than South Dakota here, and like I said, but both our states are pretty much in winter. So anyway, it's been a lot of fun. I appreciate the national anthem. There's a lot that entails with that flag and that song. I never get tired of hearing that song, and especially from a youth exhibitor, or to me, somebody that can sing it that good. And like I said, my granddaughter sang it at our show, and like I said, so commend the stock show for doing that every day. So, but anyway, starting off your Angus show, and I think there's a pair up here on the top end that, that to me is very competitive, and there's some trades here, and, it kind of depends on what you're looking at and what you like and where your preferences land. But I feel like this heifer that I choose to use with the young lady here, just a little more bigger boned and just a little bit more stouter featured all the way through. When you get those two heifers together, I just feel like there's more substance and capacity to her. She's just bigger up over her top. She's just a lot more heifer there to me, and I say a lot more. I mean, there's an additional amount there, and to me, she's she's not as sleek and neat up through that front end as our second place heifer. I like that on the second heifer, but I'm going with the heifer that I think is just higher volume, higher dimensioned, just bigger to me, more genuine all the way through, and to me, and still has that show ring look. The young lady does a great job with her as well, and I think that speaks for the second heifer. Both well to me represented, both well to me fitted, and to me they're both to me dialed in that to me regard. But I just feel this heifer's a little more refined. She's probably a little bit more looser in her loin edge, and this just doesn't carry the top, but she is sleek. She's big in her underline. She's really high volume kind of female. Love her front end. She's just a neat heifer. And like I said, both those heifers have a lot of different traits that I like, and to me they're both very, very, very competitive. The next heifer comes in, and I think she carries that same dimension and quality all the way through. She just gets a little bit more steeper up in her angle, gets a little directional off her front end. I'd just like to have her come down with just a little bit more trueness in her overall conformation and the way her structure is, to move her up past the two heifers up here today. I like the heifer in fourth. I mean, she's youthful. She's neat up out of her front end. She's a showy kind of a female. She's got some extension. She's just not as far along in maturity and to me, dimension as the three females that go out ahead of her today. But I think there's four really, really nice heifers here, and I think there's a day, this heifer will catch them, and like I said, and her day is not today. To me, her day is coming, and so don't give up on her. Like I said, her better days is down the road. I love the way she gets down around the ring. She's just given too much dimension up here today to move past the other three. Thank you.
First in that class goes to Blaze Hansen. Second, Gabriella Jordan. Third to Kendra Shipler. And fourth to Peyton Herschel. Now in the ring, we have Class 2 Angus heifers with 3 entries from Dylan Cargo, Holden Anderson, and Vivian Johnson.
Once again, very competitive out here. The heifer that I'm going to choose here, I feel like that heifer is just a little bit more uniform in her front 1/3 there, and the way she ties in right in there behind her shoulders. I feel like, this heifer kind of blends down her top up in through her neckline. I think she's just a little bit more wider up over, to me, her back, and to me, she's just one that carries probably a little bit more substance to her here today. I think both heifers, as far as, well shown, well presented, to me, really nice up out of their front ends. I just feel like we have a little bit more uniformity tying into that shoulder, especially up high. I feel like our underlines are fairly similar, and I think our structure is fairly similar. But to me, that's a heifer here. I just feel like she has an advantage there of doing that, to me, better. I like the heifer in second. She's really eye appealing, and she's one that's got a show look to her. Young lady does a great job with her. I mean, she's really nice in her lines and her designs, and I think we have enough underline to her, and to me, I think she contours there really nicely. Like I said, she's just not as dimensional up high compared to the heifer that goes out, and to me, that's the difference in them two heifers, both very competitive. I like the way this leg set here is in the third heifer. I think she's one that's not as upstanding and to me high as performing as those two that go out ahead of her, but I think she's one that's comfortable on her feet and legs. Like I said, I think she's one that's got a great future to her. I love her neckline and the way she comes up out of her shoulder. Like I said, she's just given up too much dimension and power and maturity compared to the two that go out her head today. But really three nice, really nice show heifers out here today in your Angus show. Congratulations.
First in that class goes to Dylan Cargo, second to Vivian Johnson, and third to Holden Anderson. Now in the ring, we're going to have Class 3 Angus heifers with entries from Riley Stricker, Elizabeth Jordan, Callie Shauneman, Mila Tipton, Anna Bonney, and Paisley Cundy. Well, this class is in the ring. I'm going to introduce our judge for us today. Kirk Steerwalt and his family own and operate Steerwalt cattle and clinics established in 1987. They have exhibited and sold numerous champions across the U.S. and Canada. Their 300-head cow herd concentrates on club calf steers and breeding heifers of various breeds. Kirk has judged many state fairs and national major shows across the United States and Canada. Kirk has been conducting nationwide and international show cattle clinics for 38 years. Kirk's advice is dream big, work hard, be consistent, and show up when you're supposed to. Kirk and his family reside in Leedy, Oklahoma. Let's take a moment and thank our judge for being here today. Following this class, we're going to choose the overall Angus heifer, and we'll need our exhibitors back from Class 1, Blaze Hansen, Class 2, Dylan Cargo, and the class winner from the last class. Reserves, please be on standby.
In this particular class of Angus females. And I think we really raised the bar up here. I mean, here's one that has you at the gate. I mean, she has you at hello. She's just one that is really highly presented, highly shown. I mean, she's so comfortable at the ground, big in her underline, extended up out of her neck, good in her chest. She has a ton of rib shape and body to her, and completes that with, like I said, a good showman and a good design and a good look. And to me, she excels this class and jumps out here pretty quick for me. The Heifer, I think the contest second and third here, and you can switch these if you're out here on the sidelines. And and I can't say that I can't argue that. I like the way this Heifer comes up out of her neckline. I mean, she's one that's up-headed. She's one that's sound on her feet and legs. I love her underline. She's soft in her, to me, phenotype, and I think she's one that has enough dimension to her. She's just not a powerhouse, so like that Heifer that goes out ahead of her, but really, really a big bone kind of female. I feel we're a little lighter boned here in the Heifer in third. I mean, she gets a little bit more rigid in her walk. I like it when she's stopped and when she's parked, when she gets out here in motion. Like I said, I know a lot of this is they're pushing into the halter and they're not comfortable, and she just wants to get just a little bit more restricted to me as they get around the ring. I felt like her second place Heifer was probably a little looser made in that regard, but there again, really easy to look at. I mean, she's soft middled, really got a nice look to her, well presented, and like I said, well shown. And to me, those are really, really nice competitive Heifers all the way through. through. The next heifer is really long spine. She's one that carries a ton of length. I think she's sound and functional on her feet and legs. She gets a little bit more looser in her loin edge and probably doesn't come with enough top shape, but just right ahead of her tail head, I'd like to just straighten her and smooth her up, have that transition out of that hip just a little bit more straighter, if you would, to make her better. But like I said, she's an upstanding, growthy kind of heifer that has a lot of performance and a lot of growth to her as well. The next heifer is a little shorter down to the ground compared to some in here, but I think she's easy feeding. She wanted to carry some underlying metal. She's one that's complete. She just got to me, a nice pattern to her. She just one that probably just doesn't excel up in that regard compared to the ones that go out ahead of her. And then when we conclude here, I think it's a heifer that's long in her length, and she's one that gets a little bit more up in her tail head, but I feel like she's probably the flattest as far as muscle shape and dimension compared to the rest of the cattle that go out ahead of her today. But this is a really good, complete set of females all the way through. There's not a heifer in here that won't go ahead and make a cow, and to me, do some outstanding things down the line. Exhibitor's done a great job as well.
First in that class goes to Riley Stricker, second to Paisley Cundy, third to Elizabeth Jordan, fourth to Anna Bonney, fifth to Mila Tipton, and sixth to Callie Shoneman. Now in the ring, we're going to choose our champion Angus heifer. From our first class, we have Blaze Hansen. From our second class, we have Dylan Cargo. And from our third class, we have Riley Stricker.
As we select your champion Angus female, like I said, really a nice breed. I tell you what, and I expect that. I mean, I tell you, the Angus breed has done some phenomenal things as all other breeds, and to me, these young people have done an outstanding job of not only representing themselves, but representing the breed. And I know there's a lot of good breeders and genetics and families behind these things, and to me, like I said, and it shows. I mean, you know what, it's been competitive all the way through, and I don't feel like we've seen a heifer that won't go ahead and make a cow, and I think that's the most important part. But we started off this heifer show strong. I mean, that heifer that come out of class 1, I mean, she's youthful. I love her neckline. I love her rib shape and body that she has for being so youthful. Her muscle shape ties in deep into her hock, and I love her bone, and to me, she's just one that's well presented and well shown, and she's just one that's just a lot of fun to look at. The heifer out of class 2, she's a little bit different kind. I like her freshness. I think she's thin up through her neckline. She's long and smooth out through her top line. I think she carries that out into her tail head. I think she's square in her hip. She's not as explosive as the other one on each side of her, but she's still a good kind of female that really gives you that maternal look to her. And I look at her as making a good bred too as well. I feel like she has all the features there to carry that on. And to me, she's just one that's a neat heifer that come out of that particular class. When we got into 3, and I think, there's one that's really high volumed and high dimensioned, and she's one that carries the most maturity of the 3 out here. To me, she's well presented, but well shown, and she's one that she's so good and agile on her feet and legs. I love the way she's comfortable at the ground. I love that underline and rib shape and body that she has out here today. She's really extended up out of her neckline. The young man does a great job of presenting a picture and a profile that, to me, it gives you that wow factor. And so, to me, she just puts a lot of things together in one package and checks a lot of boxes that get hard to check. But I think it's a nice, complete lineup. There's a couple out here, and like I said, we have some second place in here behind here, these that'll come in here respectively. And like I said, let's give our Angus exhibitors a big round of applause for such a great job out here. Thank you.
Champion Angus heifer this morning goes to Riley Stricker and reserved to Blaze Hansen. We'll let these guys clear out of the ring, and then we will start with Class 4, our first class of Charolais heifers. Now in Class 4, we have 3 entries from Cashlyn Krebs, Jake Yeski, and Camden Anderson.
I'm going to leave these just like they are, starting out your Charolais showing, the heifer here, the young man's got, I mean, she's just bigger boned. She's a stouter made kind of female. She's one that carries the most maturity and performance. I feel like, she's not as sleek as some. I mean, there's some ruggedness to her, but I mean, she's good at the ground. I mean, she's a ground grabber. She's, to me, really good in her feet and legs. I like that center body that she has, and I think she's really complete. And I think when you get all that and get that power put behind her, and and still being that good in her chest. I mean, and extended out of her neckline. To me, that's an exceptional thing to have there, and to me, that's why she wins this class. I like the heifer in second. Honestly, when she came in, I was leaning towards her, but when you get her out here and get her against that heifer out in front, she's just not as explosive. She carries a little bit more chest down low. I love her thinness of her neck up high, but I just don't feel like we have near the width in her as we do the one that goes out ahead of her. I like the big volume in the heifer that completes the class. She's a little bit more rugged up in her neckline. She's a little more coarser in her features. She gets to get a little bit more higher in her tailhead, but she carries a lot of stifle action. She carries a lot of bone. I think she's sound on her feet and legs. Like I said, she's just a little bit more rugged to get past the two that go out ahead of her today.
First in that class goes to Jake Yeske, second to Cashlyn Krebs, and third to Camden Anderson. Now in the ring, we should have class 2 of Charolais heifers with entries from Bevan Birchie, Kirby Sweeter, and Remington Yost.
I'm going to leave these just like they are. I'm going to start with young lady's heifer here. I think she's the one that's the most blended. She's really feminine. I think she's the most maternal when you look at her. I feel like her underline, her bone, her soundness, the way she transitions down to the ground, she's comfortable on the halter, and I think that's to her advantage out here. Young lady does a great job with her. I love the way her neckline comes up out of her. She's just one that's really a neat breeding piece and one that's just got a tremendous future. And I also see her going on and making a good bred as well. But she's going to win today. And like I said, I love her length and I love her look. She just one that's really, really good. The heifer in second, a little more challenging you look at just because she's not as comfortable on the halter. I like a lot of things about her. I mean, you look at her hip design when you get behind her. I mean, I really like that in that particular heifer. She's soft-middled, soft-bodied. I mean, she just soft, mellow-featured all the way through. She's not as extended as that heifer that goes out, and we're just a little bit more bolder in our neckline and in our crest compared to the one that goes out. But like I said, I love her center body. I love her width, her dimension. I think she's sound on her feet and legs. She's well presented. Like I said, she's just a little more challenging here to look at today, which is not their advantage here as well. But to me, the heifer in third, I think there's a lot of growth in that heifer. There's a lot of length in that heifer. I like her neckline. She's good in her chest. Like I said, she's just a little bit more flatter and a little bit more trimmer and just a little bit more harder made today. And I think time and feed helps her. like I said, I think that one goes on and makes a nice bred on down the line. She's sound and functional on her feet and legs. But to me, I think, very competitive out here. Like I said, a really nice set of heifers from top to bottom. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause out here today.
First in that class goes to Bevan Birchie, second to Kirby Sweeter, and third to Remington Yost. Now in the ring is our last class, the Charolais heifers, with entries from Kaylee Rauschendorfer, Holden Anderson, and Brixton Birchie. After this class, we're going to ask that all the first place heifers out of the Char division come back in the ring, and seconds also. So from the first class, we're going to need Jake Yeski, the second class, Bevan Birchie, and whoever is selected in this class.
Nice heifer to start this class. She's an upstanding heifer. I mean, I wish she was a little more relaxed on that halter. She acts like she don't like her halter, but anyway, she's one that's nice up out of her neckline, and she's one that's got some center body to her. I mean, you get her relaxed and get her comfortable just like that. I mean, it's lights out and looks good to me. It's just like you said, getting there gets to be a little bit of a trick, but and I know a lot of these is their first show, and I get that. But I mean, she's one that you love her center body. Well presented. I mean, she's dimensional on every corner. She's one that's growthy, kind of upstanding heifer. I love that extension up out of her neck, and to me, she's just one that's a neat kind of a heifer to start this class. I chose the heifer in second that I just thought was a little more softer built. She's not as upstanding in her performance compared to the ones on each end of her, but I think she's complete. The young man does a good job with her, and you know what? She's nice necked, and I think she's going to make a great cow prospect down the line. She's got some muscle muscle and shape to her. She's just not as high volumed and to me as high in her performance and dimensional on each corner compared to that one that goes out ahead. And I think we got a heifer here that, I think she's one that carries a lot of cow power. She's got a lot of broodiness to her. She's just a little bit more flatter in her makeup. She just doesn't carry the genuine shape and muscle through in just compared to the ones that go out ahead of her. But like I said, I like her. The young lady does a good job with her, and she's got some rib shape and middle, and I mean, we can do a lot with that heifer as a cow as well. So to me, a nice set of females out here today. Let's give our young people a good round of applause. Nice job.
First in that class goes to Brixton Birchie, second to Holden Anderson, and third to Kaylee Rauschendorfer. Now in the ring, we're going to choose our champion Char heifer. With entries from the first class, we have Jake Yeski. From the second class, we have Bevan Birchie. And from the third class, Brixton Birchie.
As we select your Charolais champion, like you said, really nice trio out here, and I think we started off strong. I mean, this heifer here is really a high volume kind of female. She's big in her bone, good in her leg. I think she's good in her angles, when the way she comes down to the ground. Really nice in her chest. I think her center body's good. If I could kind of help her a little bit, if you would, I'd like to kind of set that tail head down into her just a little bit more square and just a little bit more, it just kind of extend that top line on out just a little bit more truer, but she's a cool looking one, and like I said, she won that class, and she got in my eye pretty quick there. I like the heifer in second. I mean, I think she's one that blends a lot of things together. I mean, she's very maternal. I mean, she's upstanding, and I mean, in her way her neck comes up out of her shoulders. Once again, really good in her chest, and I think she's one that is youthful in her look. She's probably not as to me as big as maybe the ones on each corner here, but I'm just saying this. But I'll tell you what, she's one that's well shown. I mean, she's one that's got a good look to her, and I like the way she gets around the ring, and she's one that she's nice up out of her tail. If I could help her, she might come downhill just a little bit, but to me, I like her center body. I just like the way she's made. When I look at her, I just look at cattle, and I like the way she's built, and to me, she's a cool kind of a female. The heifer to come out of class 3, and like I said, she's one that is a super long necked. I mean, she's one that's big in her body, and she's one that, like I said, she's one that carries that power down deep into her hock, and she's one that carries a little bit of chest to her. I like her center body. She can get a little bit more opened up right in there behind her shoulder, and like I said, but she's really not as relaxed and comfortable on the halter today as I wish she was. But like I said, but she's a good heifer. You get her stopped, you get her parked, and get her planted. I mean, she can shoot you a heck of a look. I love that neckline. But I'm going to take another spin around these heifers and get your two out here. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause for representing the Charolais breed.
Now in the ring, we're gonna have our only class of Charolais composite heifers with 4 entries. One from Olivia Auden, Vance Murnock, Mila Tipton, and Chisholm Weber. This will be your selection for the champion and reserve Charolais composite heifer.
I'm going to leave these just like they are. To me, and I think the heifer that's going to be your champion composite. I mean, this one here is one that rises pretty quickly for me. I mean, she's one that is dimensional. I think she's the most blended one of all these. She's sound on her feet and legs, well, to me, presented out here. I mean, the young man does a great job with her, but I mean, there's a lot of power. When you get on this heifer, there's a lot of heifer there. I mean, she just rises to the top pretty quickly for me. I mean, she's almost to the point that I wouldn't want any more, but I really like the things that she brings out here today, and I think she is going to be your champion out here pretty easily for me, and I really like that female. The orange heifer in second. I think she comes with some cow power. I mean, she's one that she's high in her volume. She's neat in her neckline. A young man, I kind of like, leave the heifer. I'll just take the boy. But anyway, he's doing a good job out here, and I'm just telling you, that heifer there is very complete. I mean, she's one that's very correct from front to back, sound on her feet and legs, and I think she's one that's easy keeping, easy feeding. But when you look at her, I mean, she's very correct from front to back, and she just carries a lot of balance out here today, and that's why she lands in your reserve spot. I really like the heifer in third, and I think her day is coming, so honey, don't give up on that one. Your day is down the road. Every bite of feed that one gets, it's going to get better, so don't give up on that one. I mean, a lot of times we go to these shows, there's homework to be made, and I'm telling you, this heifer here has a lot of part and pieces that I like, and I mean, she's going to move up the ladder pretty quickly, but we got to give her a belly, and we got to give her get some weight on her, and to me, that's the homework leaving, and that's why we go to these shows. I mean, they can be a lot of fun, but they can be humbling as all get out, and then all of a sudden we got to figure out what we got to do, and that's one there I feel like in the sleeper mode that look out down the road. If the right things happen, I think that one's going to be a lot of fun. Here's another heifer I think is bold and stout made. She just gets a little bit more coarser made up through her front 1/3 compared to the ones that go out. I mean, I like that high volume, high dimension, big bone. I like a lot of that of her, but I just like to neaten her up out through her front end to move her past the three that go out here ahead of her today. Let's give them a nice big round of applause. Your champion reserve composite. Congratulations.
Our champion Charolais composite heifer today goes to Vance Murnock, and reserve goes to Chisholm Weber. Third in that class was Mila Tipton, and fourth to Olivia Oden. Now we're going to bring in the first class of key heifers with one entry from Tate Smith.
Here's a single entry May heifer, and I mean really a good looker. I mean, she's one that's really a nice neck, good chested. I mean, she just really arches her neck up. She's youthful, she's trim. I mean, there's parts of her. I mean, she carries that underline and center body, and she's not in heavy rig. I mean, she's one that we could stand a little bit more weight. She's not as heavy structured as some that we've seen in here. When you get behind her, I mean, she's really nice up out through her pins and her tailhead. She carries it down into her hock. She can get a little bit more shorter in her stride. I'd like to see her come with a little bit more length. Gets just a little bit more steeper and directional off that front end, and I think that I think both them combat one another. But to me, a nice female, like I said, that's very youthful and very attractive. Congratulations.
Winning that class was Tate Smith. Now in the ring, we're going to have Class 2 of key heifers. We'll have 4 entries from Lexi Wills, Hadley Cooper, Casey Ross, and Addison Rydberg.
As we start your key show, and I think an obvious top here for me. Young lady does a great job with this heifer, but I think she's one that's so uniform in all aspects. I mean, she brings a lot of different traits that I like. I like that youthfulness. I like that extension up out of her shoulder and her neck. Super good in her chest. I mean, she's even, when you look at her underline, it's even with her chest floor. She has that natural contouring swoop to that underline that I like. You know, she's not as long, but I think, you know, the deceiving part is she's so good in her center body. You know, I'm just saying that she's longer than you think, but I like her. I think, you know, when you look at her muscle shape, there's enough there. I mean, she's well presented. You know, she's not as heavy boned as some, but I think she's very good and agile and comfortable as we get her around the ring. And to me, she's just one that's a breeding piece, very feminine, like I said, very striking in her appearance, and just a really, really nice show heifer that, to me, has just a lot of maternal things that I like about her to start this class. I think from here back, then we switch it up. And I think this heifer here, heavier boned, you know what I mean? Good in her spine, nice up out through her tail head. I think her neckline's good, her chest's good. You know, she just doesn't carry the center body and the underline, but I do think she's good around the ring. You know, she's one that's got some muscle shape to her, and I think she's one that I like it, that she's moderate in her size, and to me, the young lady does a good job with her as well. We get into the next heifer, and, you know, to me, you can either switch these out because we got one that's a hair upstanding and one that's a little bit more lower in stature, but, you know, length makes pounds in today's world, and I just, you know, here's one that needs, you know, she's so long that she, you know, she's a little bit more straighter in her underline, and I think the length is good, you know, in one thing, and to me it's a disadvantage in the other because, you know, the longer they are, the harder they are to get that nice contouring underline that we like, and, you know, but she's one that, like I said, she carries some length. I love her soundness. She's good in that. I mean, she's just one that we just like to give her a little bit more body and maybe bring her down to the ground just a shot, you know, to me, to make her better down the road here. And I think we conclude with the smoke heifer. I think she's one that's wide, and she's more teeter-totters towards what I'd call the more terminal look, more the market heifer look, if that's ever an option for you up here. We don't have that in Oklahoma, and I feel like she leans towards that. You know, she's more youthful. She just doesn't carry the dimension and overall growth and performance compared to the ones that go out. But a nice set of heifers. I think we got a lot of variety in that particular class out here today. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
First in that class went to Hadley Cooper, second to Lexi Wills, third to Addison Rydberg, and fourth to Casey Ross. Now in the ring, we're going to have our last class of key heifers with entries from Kenna Covey and Ashton Smeltzer.
I think really competitive heifers here, and even though we have just two, I'll tell you what, two really, really nice females, but that heifer, this black heifer here, I mean, she's one that has you at hello. I mean, she's one that gets you at the gate. I mean, she's one that's beautifully presented, beautifully shown. I mean, she's got a look to her, super good in her chest, and she's one that's level out through her hip. I love the way she transitions down to the ground, and she's one that's so blended and so uniform, and yet so good in her look and in her design and her lines that she brings out here today. And I mean, she's just one that's to me that I like a lot. I'll just tell you her type and kind. We get into the red heifer, and I mean, here's bold, stout featured, big boned female. The young lady does a good job with her. I mean, she's big ended, big back. Like I said, she leans towards that market heifer terminal type, but not, but I think she falls in the middle, and it kind of depends on what you want to do. The thing that I love her bone, like I said, I love her when she's parked. I love her color. She's well, to me, dialed in as far as ring presentation. It's just when you get her out in motion, she wants to get up in her angles, and she just wants to get steeper in her step, and she just doesn't take that nice, soft, comfortable stride like the one that goes out ahead of her, and that's the difference, really. And when it comes down to it, we can get her setting down and getting comfortable, then that changes a lot of things out here. But to me, a really, really super good heifer start the class. Let's give our young ladies a nice round of applause, for bringing a really nice pair out here today. Thank you.
First in that class goes to Kenna Covey, second to Ashton Smeltzer. Now in the ring, we're going to choose our overall key heifer. From our first class, we have Tate Smith. From our second class, we have Hadley Cooper. And from our third class, we have Kenna Covey. To take a minute and thank some of our sponsors today. Grossenberg John Deere sponsored the coffee and the donuts in the barn this morning. Fleet Farm, South Dakota Farmers Union, Outback Steakhouse, which sponsored the registration bags and coupons and discounts that were given at the checkout table. Farm Credit Services, First Interstate Bank, and Cattle Business Weekly.
As we conclude in your key show, and like I said, it's been a great drive, just like we've seen in the Angus and the Charolais and the composite. I mean, I said these exhibitors bring some heat out here, and they bring some good stock out here, and I mean, and you're going to get tired of probably watching me for the next today and tomorrow. But I mean, if you follow, I mean, and I'm not a big single trait person. I like the package. I'm a blended guy. And like I said, I like something that comes together as a package, and to me, and there's been some decisions along the way, and we're going to see that all day long. But they're good decisions because the cattle are that good. And I think we started here with a single entry, and that heifer is good. I mean, she's one that's growthy for a May. She's extended. She's up-headed. She's really thin in her neck. I mean, she's one that's very feminine featured from front to back. And like I said, I love a lot of things about her. She gets a little bit more straighter in her angles. I'd like to give her just a shot more cushion if you could, just to help her. But boy, when you get her parked, you like what you see, and to me, she's one that's got a nice future as well. The heifer that come out of Class 2, I mean, that one there is very exceptional in what she does. I mean, she's one that's moderate in her size. She's up-headed. A young lady does a beautiful job. I mean, beautifully presented. I mean, you can just tell that heifer's had a ton of time put in on her. I mean, and she's one that's really, probably maybe the biggest ribbed one in her center body. Maybe not the longest heifer out here, but and maybe not the stoutest heifer out there. But to me, if I could help her, I'd like to give her a little bit more dimension and power. But she's very angular. Like I said, she's very sleek in her lines and the way she's put together. I would like to power her up a little bit if you could, but there's so much about that heifer that I like. Like I said, she's definitely in the thick of things. And I think we come out of 3, and here's one that I'd like. I mean, her underline is even with her chest floor. I mean, she's got enough curvature to her underline. I'd like to keep doing that. That'd be the homework from her. But I mean, she's she does carry some bone, and she's up-headed, and she's very neat the way she's put together. Her top shape is like awesome. I mean, when you look at her in her top shape out through her tail head and her squareness of hip, I mean, she's just as good as they come when you get right up on her. And to me, I really, really like that. that about her. Like I said, today, I love her bone. She's just one that's easy to look at. Like I said, I'd like to give her some underline, just keep giving her some more to make her better, but she's cool made. So there's some neat pieces out here, and there's some neat heifers out here. And like I said, it's one of them things where, you can agree or disagree, but the cattle are that good, and I'm going to go get you a pair out here. It's been fun looking at this particular breed as well. Congratulations. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause out here, please.
Congratulations to our champion key heifer to Kennekovie, and our reserve key heifer goes to Hadley Cooper. Now in the ring, we're going to start off with Class 1 of our Gelbvieh heifers. We have 3 entries from Chad Stevens, Owen Spencer, and Chance Riseland.
As we start your Gelbvieh breed, and I think this is pretty obvious and place for me to start. She's one that probably checks more boxes in that regard, because she's one that's probably a little farther along in her rig and in her performance. I mean, she's one that carries some center body and rib shape, really bold in her overall capacity. I mean, she's one that carries some thickness to her. I think that tail head lays in there nice and square, and I think that's the advantage here. I mean, when we get her around the ring, I think she's pretty good. I mean, she's one that completes her stride, and she's one that she's not as heavy boned as the heifer in second. But I also feel like our heifer in second, I like her rib shape. I think she's soft in her overall composition. To me, she just doesn't carry the underlying power. And when you look at her tail head, she's just really up in her tail head, and she kind of wants to transition off into her loin edge there, out up through her hip there, and it's just not as straight in her lines compared to the one one that goes out of ahead of her. And I think the red heifer is long spined. I mean, she's one that's long, neat necked out through her front end, good in her chest. She just gets a little more trim all the way through, and she just a little bit more steeper off her front end compared. She's just not as comfortable going around the ring compared to the ones that go out ahead of her today.
First in that class goes to Owen Spencer, second to Chance Riesland, and third to Chad Stevens. Now in the ring, we're going to have a single entry for our last class from Jacob Thompson.
Single entry here in your Gelbvieh show, and I think one that definitely can stand some more competition. I mean, she's one that's to me she's really growthy and high performing for her day of age, and she's one that carries some middle and rib shape. She's one that carries some length of spine. She's not as as straight up over her top. She can loosen up a little bit, but there again, she's not exactly what you'd say comfortable on the halter. I mean today as well, but to me you kind of got to read her. But there's some muscle shape to her. I think she's sound in her feet and legs. Like I said, we'll get her back in here momentarily for your overall, but a nice single entry. Give the young man a nice round of applause. Good job out here.
Now in the ring, we're going to choose our champion Gelbvieh heifer. From our first class, we'll have Owen Spencer, and from our second class, we'll have Jacob Thompson.
As we wrap up your Gelbvieh heifer show, and I think really a nice pair out here, and the heifer that come out of Class 1, I love her for her moderation. I mean, she's good in her center body. Like I said, she's up. She's really one that you really correct from front to back. She gets a little more rugged up in her front, but I feel like when you look at her center body and the thickness and stoutness that she brings here. I mean, she carries that down into her hock and into her leg. I think she's functional on her feet and legs. And I think, like I said, she's very blended, very balanced, very complete. To me, a really, really nice heifer that started that class. And I think we had a nice heifer that came in there behind her, but a little more youthful in that respect. The heifer had a single entry out of 2. Like I said, she's an upstanding kind of female. She carries some underline, not as much as the heifer out of Class 1. But like I said, but some power to her. I think she's good on her feet and legs. Like I said, there again, she's a little bit more rugged up in her front 1/3. To me, she just doesn't carry the center body as that one does. But to me, I'm going to take another look here. I'm going to get your pair out here, your top 2. Let's give our Gelbvieh exhibitors a nice round of applause. Nice job out here.
Congratulations to your champion Gelbvieh heifer, exhibited by Owen Spencer. And your reserve Gelbvieh heifer goes to Chance Riseland. Well, those folks are exiting the ring. We're going to bring in Class 1 of Hereford heifers with 4 entries from Orrin Sell, Jana Bloom, Hunter Heesen, and Wynn West.
I think really starting your Hereford show, really a powerhouse heifer here in front. I mean, she's one. I mean, she's just cool. I mean, I'm just telling you what. I love this heifer. I mean, I love her design. I love her angles. She's very, to me, feminine and to me, angular. She carries some center body. She's youthful in her look. You know, well, to me, presented out here, ring ready, well shown. I mean, she's just one that's so good in her knee down to the ground from the point of her shoulder. Like I said, there's just a ton that I like about this heifer, and she just jumps up there pretty quick for me. You know, the heifer in second, I like her center body. She's bold. She's stout featured. She's big bodied. You know, she just gets a little bit more in line off her structure off both ends. She just doesn't carry that flexibility and that athleticism that goes out with that heifer that goes out ahead of her. 3 and 4 here, you know, a little more challenging here. I went with the heifer that I thought was a little more feminine in her features. You know, she's a little bit more trim in her design, you know, but she's one that's really nice made. And I think, you know, I just went with her because I just thought she was a little bit more feminine and angular. angular, and I just felt like she's a little bit more smoother in her line compared to the heifer that goes out here. And I like her ruggedness. I mean, she's got some bone. She's one that's a little. I mean, I'd say is greener and leaner of all the class. She's a little bit more opened up and just a little bit more harder made. Like I said, there's a deal where I think a little bit more days on feed. I think another bite of feed, that one gets better every day. So to me, a nice set of heifers starting off your Hereford show here today. Congratulations.
First in that class goes to Hunter Heesen, second to Jana Bloom, third to Win West, and fourth to Oren Sell. Now in the ring, we're going to have Class 2 Hereford heifers with entries from Bennett Murdoch, Abilene Weber, Kyle Shaw, and Jaden Thompson. Just a reminder, if you are first or second in your class, just stay close to the ring as you will go in for the overall of your breed.
Another nice class of Herefords. I think we really got a nice pair up here on top. And I'm going to go with the Heifer. I just feel like probably a little more uniform. I think she blends together, some things that I like. I mean, she's youthful in her look. I like it that her bone. I mean, I think she's one that, she's not as long spine as maybe the Heifer that comes out behind her. But I just feel like we have enough dimension there, and she just carries so much more rib shape and body, and just seems a lot more comfortable, like in her angles coming down to the ground. And like I said, both heifers have got a lot of things I like, and like I said, I'd like to take some of one and put it on the other, and vice versa. I like the heifer in second. I mean, she's one that's upstanding. I mean, she's one that's got a lot of length to her. She gets a little flatter in her shape. I like it that she's square up out of her hip, but she's just not as dimensional and just doesn't carry, the power maybe within like the heifer that goes out ahead of her. But both very, very nice females, very exceptional. I feel like we're a little cleaner chested in the one that leads off the class compared to the second one, but like I said, both are extended in their necklines. I think we get into the third place heifer, and I think she's one that's good up over her top. She's one that's just a little bit more flatter made in her overall dimension compared to the ones that go out, but like I said, she's got a nice design to her as well. And I think we conclude here as a heifer that very complete. I think she's sound on her feet and legs. She's just a little bit more rugged, probably not as smooth in her overall lines and the way she's put together compared to the ones that go out ahead of her today. A nice set of Herefords out here. Tough Hereford show to me in the making here. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Good job.
First in that class goes to Abilene Weber, second to Bennett Murnock, third to Jaden Thompson, and fourth to Kyle Shaw. Third goes to Kyle Shaw, and fourth goes to Jaden Thompson. Now in the ring, we have Class 15 of Hereford Heifers with entries from Kaylin Riesland, Mahaya Jones, Cammie Johnson, and Cashlyn Krebs.
pretty easy start here for me, and I think a heifer that she checks a lot of boxes. She's the hardest one to make, and she's one that's soft in her middle, and she's one that's very striking in her appearance. I mean, she's one and really a nice rig, well presented. There's some shape to her when you get up on her, and she's got some length to her, and she's just one that's dialed in, and to me one that surfaces pretty quick for me. I would like to possibly loosen her up in the way she comes down to the ground. It's nitpicking on a really great one there. So to me, but you know what? Like I said, I would like to do that as we get around the ring here. But here again, and we come out of 2 here. I really like this heifer here as well. She's not as far along in condition, but when you look at her and you get her parked, I think that one there shows you a good look. I mean, she's one that, like I said, is a little bit more leaner in her kind, but when you look at her and you break her down, she's good in her feet and legs. She comes out here. I would like to see her have a little more underline as we move forward, but I think when you look at her neckline and her chest, I mean, I think that one goes ahead and makes a good bred down the line as well. So to me, a nice heifer with a lot of, to me, daylight out ahead of her there that to me, I think we can do a lot of things to me, and she's going to me, be awfully good down the line. The heifer in 3rd is also one that I really like. I mean, she's really, she's moderate in her size. She's not excessive anywhere. She's one that's very uniform from front to back. I mean, her tail head and the way her hips structured is really square, and the way you like to make it. She's good at her feet and legs. Like I said, she's just not as dimensional. Doesn't carry the performance and maturity compared to the 2 that go out ahead of her. But like I said, I think her day's on down the line as well as the one that went out ahead of her. To me, neither one of them are. I mean, the one that leads off here to me is ring ready today. And I think here, we conclude here as a heifer that, like I said, is extremely neat up through her neckline. She's youthful in her head, good in her chest. Like I said, she's one that's, like I said, there again, like the heifer that goes out, she's just not as dimensional as the heifer that goes out ahead of her. Probably a little more rugged in her build compared to the ones that go out. But to me, I like this heifer. I think there's 4 heifers here. I think there's an upstanding one there on the top end here, but I think there's 3 heifers here with the right care and the right home and the right management. Things are going to change for these young people down the line. So that's where the homework comes in. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Congratulations.
First in that class goes to Cashlyn Krebs, 2nd to Mahaya Jones, 3rd to Kaylin Rislin, and 4th to Cammie Johnson. Now in the ring, we have Class 16 of our Hereford heifers. We have Kyle Shaw, Paisley Johnson, Maddie Rogers, and Kane Grace.
I'm going to leave these just like they are. To me, for me, it's an obvious start for here for me, and I think she's moderate in her size and she's good in her bone. And I think she's one that and the thing that lands her up here, she's a little more coarser in her build up through her front shoulders and front 1/3. But I like the way she extends out of her top. I like the way she carries that out through her tailhead, really level in her hip design. And I think she comes down and transitions that into big old leg, and to me comes down to the ground very comfortable at her ankles. Like I said, I love her angles that she comes out here, and like I said, she's one that puts a lot of different pieces together there that I like. And like I said, I feel like she's the one that's probably the most blended out here today. I think the heifer in second, follows that type and kind. She's very feminine in her makeup, very maternal in her look. She just gets a little bit more upright in her angle off her front end. I'd like to have her come just a little bit and have her just not quite as steep in line off her front end. I think she's good on her back end. I think she comes down comfortable. I don't know if she's quite as stout built internally and quite as genuine as the one that goes out, but she's good up over her back, nice out through her tailhead as well. And I think, when we look at round rib and big volume kind of female, I think the heifer in third is one that carries that. She's just a little bit more rugged up through her front end. I'd like to set that tailhead down into her just a little bit more square and a little bit more truer, but I like her softness and I like her moderation of frame and I like her middle and easy feeding. And I mean, to me, she carries a lot of things that I like. And I think we conclude with a bigger, upstanding kind of female, probably a little more rugged in her build and kind. I mean, she's one that looks like she's kind of growing away from herself right at this point. We'd like to soften her up a little bit, here today and just kind of make her a little bit more mellow to the eye, to me, to make her better. But I like that bone and that power that she has as well. So a nice 4 heifers out here today. Like I said, 4 different types. I think we got a pair on top. Like I said, let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Good job out here.
First in that class goes to Kyle Shaw, second to Paisley Johnson, third to Maddie Rogers, and fourth to Kane Grace. Now in the ring is our last class of Hereford heifers with a single entry from Mesa Jones. On deck, we will choose our champion Hereford heifer.
Single entry that we'll get back in here momentarily, but I think a growthy kind of female that's very long in her spine, and she's one that's big in her bone. She's one that carries enough shape to her. But I think part of it, she's a little more rugged in her build. She's just one that's probably not as smooth. But when you look at her shoulders up through her neckline, I like that upheadedness. That to me, she's one that's very sleek and trim in that respect. I'd like to give her just a little bit more underline, if you would, give her a little more center body. When she walks away, you'd like to see her come with just a shot more width in her track, but I think a lot of that's due to her overall shape and her condition and the rig that she's in here today, and I think that gets better. But like I said, you love that bone that she carries, and to me, yet having that nice front end, young lady does a good job. Like I said, we'll catch her back in here in momentarily. Good job. Congratulations.
Now in the ring, we're going to bring back our first and seconds. From the first class, we're going to bring back Hunter Heesen. Second class, Abilene Weber. Third class, Cashlyn Krebs. Fourth class, Kyle Shaw. And from the fifth class, Mesa Jones.
What an incredible Hereford show. And like I said, we've had a lot of quality all the way through and all the way down through the classes. Now, we started off strong. This heifer that come out of Class 1 is one that's very unique. I mean, she's youthful, but the way she's built, I mean, I like the way she's put together. She's good in her chest and very youthful in her kind. But when you look at her top shape and the way she carries that out through her tail head, and you get up on her, I like the way that comes into her forerib and out through her shoulders. And to me, she's big. I mean, when I get up on her, I like her pin sets up high. What I really like about this heifer is the way she gets around in the ring. I mean, she comes down comfortable. She's got some flexibility out of that hawk, and she's one that just has a great future out here and down the road as well. We come out of Class 2, and like I said, that one there, she would just got in there because of her, to me, her rib shape. She's not excessive in any way or form, but like I said, she's neat up out of her neck, and I hope when you look at these, I mean, you'll see a pattern that I like, and I'm just saying this, but I love her rib shape and her body, and I think she, there again, she also carries that out nice and level out through her tail head, and then when you get her around the ring, I think she's, like I said, she's good and comfortable, and like I said, she comes with her angles, and like I said, she's a little bit more raw in her condition, but for having that kind of rib shape and body and that boldness, you know, that's pretty unique. The heifer out of Class 3 is very special as well. I mean, she's one that's long out of her top, and she's one that's neat up out of her neckline, and she's beautifully presented, beautifully shown, and like I said, you get behind her, and I think, you know, she's got enough shape to her. You know, you'd like to maybe level her out just a little bit up high, and like I said, I commented I'd like to see her come with just a little bit more cushion if you could, but she's not bad. I'm just saying is that one there is very special in her makeup, and the ones that are hard to make, and she's one that's definitely a contender and in the thick of things. The one that comes out of the next class, like I said, I like her moderation. She was kind of the same kind of a situation as our class winner out of Class 2, and I think, you know, she's a little bit more rugged in her front 1/3. She's one that, but you look at her and you like the way she carries out up over her top, really level in her tail head, and I think she, there again, she comes into a nice set of feet and legs. She's good in her bones. She comes down with a lot of angle, and when you ask her to come around the ring, she's real comfortable. We had a single entry that come in here, and like I said, here's one that's trim neck, big boned. Like I said, she's a little bit more leaner in her kind, greener in her makeup. Like I said, she's one that, to me, her better days is down the line, but to me, she's one that got a lot of features, a lot of parts and pieces that you like, and like I said, I think every body feed, like I said, that one gets better. I'm going to take another spin here and give it a one more look. I'm going to get your top two out here. Like I said, we got a nice set of second places that come in here as well, and they'll be in here too, to me, in contention. So I'm going to take one more spin, one more look, and I'll get your top pair.
Our champion Hereford heifer goes to Hunter Heezen, and our reserve goes to Cashlin Krebs. Well, these folks are exiting the ring. We will have our one and only class of Limousin heifers, which will be your champion heifer, with an entry from Deem Shuby.
Well, this is your champion Limousin, folks, and like I said, she's the only one, but this is a good one. I'm just telling you what, if I don't get anything right, I'll get this right today. But here's one that's super flashy, well presented, well shown. I'm just telling you, I love the way that heifer arches up out of her neckline. She's really good in her chest floor, center body that she has. Like I said, I like her shape that she's in, but she's one that's just naturally attractive. I mean, you get her out around in the ring here, I think she's really comfortable at her feet and legs. Like I said, a really neat kind of heifer, definitely one that, like I said, has a great future to her, and I think one, like I said, goes on, makes a big Bred too as well. So congratulations to her. We'll catch her back to me for your overall Supreme. Let's give her young lady a big round of applause. Congratulations. Good job.
Your champion Limousin heifer goes to Deem Shoopy. Now in the ring, we'll have Class 1 of Main-Anjou heifers with entries from Typney Tipton, Maggie Holt, and Isadora Stednick.
Pretty easy start here for me, and I think this heifer here puts a lot of things together. I mean, up-headed. I mean, I think anybody finds this one really nicely dialed in here, beautifully shown. I mean, one that comes up out of her neckline, and like I said, so nice in her chest, so complete out through her top line, very nice and square off her hip. But her leg design, the way she comes down with some cushion and some softness and some athleticism down to the ground. I mean, she's one that is a real ground grabber, but yet has that center body and that overall look. And to me, excels this class pretty handedly for me. I'm I'm going with the heifer. Definitely not easy on the halter here today, but she's one that carries a lot of bone. She's just not as sleek and to me as feminine as the heifer that goes out, but I feel like she's just got a little bit more added dimension and power and bone. I feel like we're a little bit more wider structured all the way through compared to the heifer. I like this heifer in third of the young man's ear. I mean, she's neat looking. She's nice up out of her front end. She gets a little bit more in line. You can go on around, buddy. You can go on around. It gets a little bit more in line off her front end. I'd like to change the way she comes off her back end. She just comes with, kind of gets the cross in her legs a little bit here, and I'd like to have her just a little bit more internal width and give her just a little bit more underline if you could. But there again, she's awfully good. I mean, that is a heifer that is neat made and neat necked and one that's very feminine and got some power to her. And like I said, those are three really, really nice heifers out here today. Congratulations.
First in that class goes to Maggie Holt, second to Isadora Stink, and third to Tyne Tipton. Now in the ring, we're going to have Class 2 of Main-Anjou heifers with entries from Landon Daniels, Tyler Still, Shaylee Jensen, Ashton Smeltzer, Kendra Shipner, and Ashton Erickson.
big class, and like I said, a lot of good in this class. But here's one that just jump starts right out here at front. I mean, that one there, like I said, had me at the gate, had me at hello, and one that, like I said, is well presented, well shown. But you look at this one, very complete. Love that center body, really smooth in the way it's put together, and big boned. And like I said, it's just one that's awfully good from front to back here. We got to switch these out here, so. Anyway, so the Baldy Heifer, like I said, I feel like, a little challenging to look at. Both these are a little bit tough on the lead here, but I feel like this one here is a little bit more neater out of her front end. I think she carries some center body, but I think the thing, she gets up here just because she has that extra look to her. I think she's soft enough in her middle, but, with being that uneasy on the halter and yet being able to come down to the ground with plenty of cushion, a lot of times when them ones are uneasy on the halter, they'll get steep in their ankles in a hurry. This one here is really good in its ankles and really soft to the ground. This one really comes with a lot of cow power. Gets a little more basic and plainer up through that front end. I'd like to sharpen that one up. It's just not as, to me, as neat and to me as angular as the ones that go out. But from her shoulders back, that one's a cool one too. And I like her hip design and the way she comes down to the ground. When we get into these next two, I just like to change the way they walk. This one needs a little bit more underlined, just a little bit more tubular, if you will, but wants to get up in its ankles off its back end. And like I said, I'd like to come with just a little more angle. And I just felt like that one there was a little bit more bigger bone, probably a little more powerful than this one, but same thing here. Both these are similar. I love the neckline here. I love the top and everything that goes with her. I just feel like we're too steep in our ankles. I don't like all that action down to the ground to move them up any higher. And I think we conclude here. Here's one that's big-bodied and one that's, to me, definitely a performing kind of female, just a little more rugged type, just not as sleek and trim and to me, maternal and feminine as the ones that go out to the ones out ahead of her today. But congratulations, a big set of mains out here today. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job. Nice class.
First in that last class goes to Shaylee Jensen. Second, Tyler Silf. Third, Ashton Erickson. Fourth, Landon Daniels. Fifth, Ashton Smeltzer. And sixth, Kendra Shipper. Now in the ring, we have class 21 of our Main-Anjou heifers with entries from Reed Selman, Kaylin Hendrickson, Dixie Rathbun, Callie Shoneman, and Ty Kalsrud.
fairly easy place to start for me. And I think here's a heifer that, come on around, young man, doing good. Anyway, I think here's an easy place for me to start. I mean, here's one that comes together nicely. I mean, she's one that's very showy in her look. I love the extension that she has. I mean, she's well groomed, well presented, well shown. There's some muscle and some power and some shape when you get up on her. You know, if I could change her, I'd like to have her come down with a little more angle down off her back hind. Just I'd like to give her a little bit more softness and cushion, if you would. But to me, when you get her stopped and you get her parked, I think she's one that checks the most boxes out here. We get into second and third, and there's a little trade here. I feel like we're a little bit more sleek and feminine in our look. I think we have center body. She's one that gets a little bit more opened up off her front end, a little more directional as she goes out and strides. But she's one that I feel like is feminine and maternal in her kind compared to the one that goes out ahead of her. And I think I like that kind of look. I like this heifer here. I mean, I like a lot of things. I like her upheadedness, her chest, her center body. She's wide back. She's moderate, easy feeding kind of female. You get her out here in motion. I like her bone. She just gets a little bit more sharper in her hock. I mean, she just like her hock design just a little needs to be just a little bit more softer if you could to me. But she's a cool made kind of female. The next heifer, is very explosive and rugged and powerful, and she's one that carries a lot of bone and shape. Just like I said, just a little more rugged than to me, and not as smooth and featured all the way through compared to the ones that go out ahead of her. And I think we conclude with a really nice heifer here. She's feminine. I mean, she's kind of what you see is what you get, but she's smooth. I'd like to maybe level her tail head down into her spine a little bit better, but she's agile on her feet and legs, like I said, and she's a little bit more greener, probably one of the leaner ones of the class, just needs a little bit more days on feed to make her better, to move her up any higher here today. Congratulations.
First in that class goes to Dixie Rathbun, second, Reed Selman, third, to Kaylin Hendrickson, fourth, Ty Calzard, and fifth, Callie Shoneman. Now in the ring, we're going to have our Class 22 Main-Anjou heifers with entries from Regan Torbett, Kaysen Snyder, Kayla Mather, and Taya Ann Clement.
think there's a little trade here in this particular class, and I'm going to go with this heifer here. I tell you what, she is so sleek and trim. You kind of got to help her and kind of work with her to read her a little bit. But man, she's so good in her angles coming down to the ground, and she carries that center body. And like I said, she's one that, like I said, very challenging to get an eye on. But I mean, you can get her stopped. But like I said, I like her center body. I like it that she's more of a breeding heifer looking, and she's one that, like I said, has got that neat front end to her. And the thing about it is, for her being up in the halter and to me not relaxed, I mean, she's really comfortable in her ankles and the way she comes down to the ground. And to me, that's where she gets this second place heifer. I like the power. The young lady does a beautiful job showing her. She's easy to look at. She's easy to read. Like I said, she teeter-totters on the terminal side, to me, on market heifer, breeding heifer. And I think that goes into, the way you handle these moving forward and the way you clip them and present them. But I think, here, as we get this one out in motion, she's bigger boned, probably stouter built than that heifer that goes out, but just doesn't come down to the ground as comfortable. And to me, that's kind of big with me. The heifer and red heifer here, like I said, she's bold, she's stout, she's as thick as they come. And like I said, I think we're in the wrong division. I think that one needs to be in the market heifer division. I do. I think that one stout built, stout featured, and like I said, she's just a little bit more rugged in her kind compared to me, the ones that go out and move out ahead of her today. I love her color. I love a lot of things about that. Like I said, to me, she's just too much to me in this particular division for me here today. I like this heifer coming in here, and she's the greenest, leanest one, but she's really neat up out her front end. She's good on her feet and legs. She presents a really nice picture. She's got, to me, a lot of center body for being that thin, and to me, and I like that about her because I know that's just going to get better. But she's up headed. Like I said, her days are down the line. You keep taking care of that one. You got a nice heifer that I know her best days are down the road here. So keep on managing her, and to me, keep on feeding her, and I think you got one there. Congratulations. Let's give our young people a round of applause.
First in that class goes to Kason Snyder, second to Kyla Mather, third to Taya Ann Clement, and fourth to Regan Torbett. Now in the ring, we have a single entry in our last class of Main-Anjou heifers from Claire Daniels. On deck, we're going to be selecting our champion and reserve Main-Anjou heifers. So first and seconds, please be here and be lined up.
Here's a single entry that, to me, we'll get you back in here in just a second here, but definitely one that can handle some more competition. I think this heifer is really nice up over her top. Her tail head lays in there nice and square, and she's really nicely presented. Young lady does a beautiful job with her. Super good in her chest floor. I like her underline, and to me, that curvature that she's has to that lower 1/3. I think when you look at her bone and to me, the way she's built and her structure, I think she's good on her feet and legs. Just a nice, complete heifer. Young lady's done a good job with her as well. Got a good look to her. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Claire Daniels in that class. Now we're going to be letting our first and seconds in. From the first class, we have Maggie Holt. From the second class, we have Shaylee Jensen. From the third class, we have Dixie Rathbun. From the fourth class, we have Kason Snyder. And from the last class, we have Claire Daniels.
super good Main-Anjou show, and like I said, really a lot of cattle all the way through. We really, I mean, this show has been fun. It just keeps ramping up, and it just, like I said, it just keeps going. And these young people keep raising the bar, and they just keep each breed coming out here. Just been phenomenal. I commend these exhibitors, like I said, for not only representing their hard work, but also their breed and to me what they're about. So to me, we started off this show strong. This heifer here is one that I really admire and I really like. I love that look out of her. She's so feminine and so soft in her angles and carries some underline to her, but she's not as big as some out here. I mean, she's really youthful in her kind, but boy, you get up on her. The question is, she's got enough power for me today. It's not she wouldn't be the most explosive one in here, but boy, I'll guarantee you, when you get that one parked and you get off on the side, that one shoots you one heck of a look. So to me, I like the power in the one out of Class 2. I mean, this one here rose to the top pretty quickly. I mean, she's a little deeper in her neck set. She's not as long spine, but man, she's so good in her body and in her bone and the way she's presented and the way the young lady shows her. And to me, she's just a special kind of female as well. I think, in Class 3, that one there, is awfully good. I mean, she represents kind of everything that I like out here and what I'm looking for, her center body, her bone, and to me, she's complete. She's one that's very dimensional when you get up on her. My pick with her is, I'd like to see her come with a little more better angle down to the ground, to make her better when we get her out here in motion. But boy, that one's parked. That one's as good as it get. We come out of 4, and like I said, this one here, you got to work with a little bit, you know what I mean? But man, that one there shoots you a picture about like that one out of Class 1. And, she's one that, she's stout enough for me today, but she's so good in her feet and legs and yet so feminine and so trim and so good in her chest floor, but yet nice up through her top shape and out through her tail head, and just a very complete kind of female, one that's got just a tremendous amount of look. We conclude, and like I said, there's a heifer that was a single entry that I like. I mean, she's good in her feet and legs. She's very attractive. Young lady does a great job with her. She's level up over her top, and like I said, she's a neat heifer as well. So we really have a lot of heifers out here, 5 out here, and the second places as well. This has been a good breed and a fun breed. Like I said, a lot of quality all the way through. I'm going to take another spin through them, one more look. I'll get your top pair out here. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion Main-Anjou female, going to Maggie Holt, and reserve to Shaylee Jensen. While these folks get out of the ring here, we're going to get started with the Red Angus heifers. We have 3 classes. Class 1, we have a single entry from Haston Heezen.
As we start your Red Angus show, and like I said, here's a single entry, but not any Red Angus. I'm just telling you what. Here's one that's hard to make. I mean, she's definitely one that can stand a lot more competition. But boy, I love this one's look. I mean, she's one that's very striking from the side. You love her underline and her center body. I mean, she's bold sprung kind of female. Very good on her feet and legs. You know, well presented, well shown. Just a heifer that's very complete from front to back. Level out through her hip. Just a really, really fun kind of heifer to look out. Starting your Red Angus show. Congratulations to the young man. Good job. Good job, man.
Winning that class is Haston Heesen. Now in the ring, we'll have our second class, our Red Angus heifers, with entries from Chloe Wardell and Allison Strandberg.
I'm gonna leave these heifers like they are, and I think they sort themselves out pretty easily for me. And I mean, you just got to go when you look at these cattle from the side. I mean, you just got to go with that depth of body, and to me, that rib shape, and to me, just that completeness from front to back. And I think she's one that's very good on her feet and legs. I love the way she gets around the ring. I think she's one that floats around the ring comfortably and comes with a lot of angle. And to me, just a lot of good things about her. She does open up behind her shoulders just a little bit. You'd like to maybe transition her back up in there in that upper, to me, heart, like I said, up high. But I think, she's loose made, and I think that's to her advantage. The heifer that probably blends a little better up higher is the heifer in second. She's probably a little bit more tighter in her stride. She's just not as long in her hip design, but there again, she's good out through her front end, good in her chest. I think she's very, to me, smooth in the way she's built. So really, really nice kind of females. I'm going one with just a little bit more bolder sprung here today, to have the advantage in this particular class. Congratulations, young ladies.
First in that class goes to Chloe Wardell, and second to Allison Strandberg. Now in the ring, we have Class 3 in our final class of Red Angus heifers with 4 entries from Tilton Button, Shiloh Button, Cammie Johnson, and Court Bannon.
Pretty easy top here for me. I mean, this heifer here is one that's very striking, and I mean, she's well presented and well shown, and like I said, her center body. I mean, I love the way this one here, when you get her set up, she's good in her feet and legs and in her angle, and she's one that's youthful. And, like I said, she's just one that's so good in her design, but yet really, patterned nicely, very feminine in her look, and just has a really, just a natural, stylish look to her that to me is pretty easy for me to find. From her down, if you guys are on the sideline and you want to switch these around, I can't say that I'd argue with you because, we start getting like some trades here. And I chose to go with what I thought was the smoothest pattern one out here. I felt like she was good up over her top. She's one that's, like I said, good in her underline. I think she's one that's nice in her neckline. But I think the thing that got me is like the way she goes from her shoulders to her tailhead is nice and level and true. And to me, that's where I feel like she excels over the next two. Now we have some. To me, the next two are higher performing, I would say, and to me, but I feel like like they're a little more rugged in the way they open up in their shoulder. I like this heifer here. I mean, she's one that got some length to her. She's flatter in her muscle shape. She's sound on her feet and legs. She just gets opened up right behind her shoulders. I'd like to tie her into that forerib just a little bit better. And I think we conclude. I like the power. I like the dimension. She's probably not as to me, just doesn't tie in as much length from front to back, to me, as the one ahead of her. But very nice set of cattle. I think this is good cattle, good stock. They're all differently made. I just felt like these two are probably a little closer in their design, and I think we have two closer in their design back here. So to me, a good solid set of red Angus heifers. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good job out here.
First in that class goes to Cammie Johnson, second to Court Bannon, third to Tilton Button, and fourth to Shiloh Button. Now in the ring, we're going to be selecting our champion in reserve, Red Angus heifer. From our first class, we have Haston Heesen. Our second class, Chloe Wardell. And from our last class, Cammie Johnson.
As we pick your champion, Red Angus female, really a strong set out here. And like I said, awfully good. We started off strong. That was a single entry, but I'll tell you what, that one's not just any single entry. I mean, she's one that's flashy and big boned, and one that's soft haired, soft middle, got a good look up out of her front end. I mean, that's a cool made kind of heifer. You get behind her really square, way her pin sets come out there. To me, nice and level. The heifer out of class 2, like I said, is one that comes with some cow power, and she opens up a little more behind her shoulder blade, but she's so good in her center body. She's soft enough. She's smooth enough. Like I said, I'd like to just have her tie in just a little bit better to me in her heart and up through that forerib, to make her better. The heifer out of class 3, I think she follows the type and kind as what's out here. I like her design, her extension. I think she's good in her feet and legs. She's youthful in her look. I think she's one that goes, one that gets around the ring awfully good. I think there's a pair out here that suit me awfully well. I'm going to go, to me, get them for you guys. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a nice job out here. Congratulations.
Your grand champion, Red Angus heifer, goes to Haston Heesen, and your reserve goes to Cammie Johnson. Will they clear the ring? We're going to bring in Class 1 of Simmental heifers. We have entries from Caden Cassoon, Caden Hawkins, Heath Ralston, and Kiara Lambert.
Nice pair of heifers here. I'll tell you what, these young people really raised the bar here. I mean, they really, to me, brought some really cool looking cattle. But here, this heifer here is just so exceptional, beautifully shown and presented. I mean, her center body and her underline, and to me, being so good in her feet and legs, and she's so smooth featured, but she's so trim necked, and I mean, she just one that's so hard to make. But yet, I don't know how big a heifer that how big she's going to make, but I'm not a Chris crystal ball kind of guy. I'm just telling you what, I look at them and I judge them today, and that's what we do. But anyway, I think the heifer in second here will be a bigger heifer. She's probably bigger featured in some places in her bone. She's probably not as thin and trim necked and not as good in her chest floor, but that's exceptional in that one. And to me, both those heifers are different kind of heifers, but they're very good, and they're very hard to make, and they're hard to find. And to me, those are two exceptional kind of females starting out your Simmental show. I like this Baldy heifer. I mean, she is good as well. I mean, she is very striking, one that's very flashy. When you look at her compared to the other two, because those two are so good, and this one is as well, I'd just like to have her tail head come down just a little bit more square out through her hip there. To me, she wants to kind of get that more up, and I'd like to kind of lay that down into her hip design just a little bit better. We come in with another heifer that's really good bone, sound on her feet and legs, a little more rugged in her build compared to the three that go out, but they're, again, still awfully good. I really feel like these four heifers are as nice a heifers in one class that we've probably seen as far as depth in one class all the way through. And so to me, you've got a really good heifer there, young man. I mean, keep on keeping on, because I'll tell you what, you could switch these all around, down the road, and I'll tell you what, nobody's going to be wrong. So they're that competitive and that tough. Let's give them a round of applause. Nice job out here.
First in that class goes to Caden Cassoon, second to Kiara Lambert, third to Caden Hawkins, and fourth to Heath Ralston. Now in the ring, we have Class 2 of our Simmental heifers with entries from Rosalind Wills, Caden Kupala, Kaylin Hendrickson, Chesney Cundy, Dylan Cargo, Elizabeth Jordan, and Kirby Sweeter. I'm going to take a minute to reintroduce our judge again, Kirk Steerwalt. Kirk and his family own and operate Steerwalt cattle and clinics established in 1987. They have exhibited and sold numerous champions across the U.S. and Canada. Their 300-head cow herd concentrates on club calf steers and breeding heifers of various breeds. Kirk has judged many state fairs and national major shows across the U.S. and Canada. He's been conducting nationwide and international show cattle clinics for 38 years. Kirk's advice is dream big, work hard, be consistent, and show up when you're supposed to. Kirk and his family now reside in Leedy, Oklahoma. Would we all take a minute to thank him for being with us today?
Probably one of the more challenging classes that to evaluate. And like I said, part of it is the cattle are so good, and then the other thing is, it's been a little challenging to try to get a read on them. And I feel like this heifer that I'm going to start with, I feel like she just there's just more heifer and genuine heifer there. I feel like she's good in her center body. She's one that's just you'd like to see her. I mean, just get going and, like I said, be a little more comfortable on the halter. But I just feel like she's good in her rib design. I think she's got the most internal shape, and that's where I like this heifer in second. I mean, part of me wants to lean and grab her for first. She gets a little deeper in her neck and a little bit more flatter in her shape, but she's good in her body. She's soft-made. Young man does a good job. If we was picking showmanship, you'd win. So anyway, I'm just saying because you made my job pretty easy. And like I said, but to me, I just feel like there's not as much internal genuine width in that heifer compared to the one that goes out ahead of her. Probably the one that's a little more challenging. You get her parked, you like her. She's up-headed, she's big, bold-bodied. She gets a little, it's hard to read her back legs. I feel like they're pretty good for the way she's acting. But you know what? Like I said, a lot of times she'll kind of get out of bounds a little bit in her walk, but she's kind of out of bounds in her head right now. So anyway, so I get that. So anyway, she ain't been no fun to show. She's cool made. She's big bodied. But like I said, we've had to read this class about as much as anything in here. I like the heifer in fourth here. I think this one here is big boned, and she's a little harder made compared to the ones that go out. She opens up right behind her shoulders just a little bit in her forerib, but I like a lot of things about her. Those four heifers there, to me, are very exceptional. And like I said, this is a deep class all the way through. I like the heifer that comes in here next for the young man because she's one that's good in her lines, and she's got a good look to her. Shows you a little more chest in her. I'd like to maybe, to me, clean her up down there in her lower 1/3, and to me, she wants to get a little bit more upright in her structure off her front end. I'd like to have her come down to the ground with just a little bit more angle. Here's a neat heifer that I think smooth featured, nice back, nice top. She just wants to get just a little bit more opened up. You just like to have her come down and track a little bit more truer off her hind end to me to make her better. And I like this heifer here. I think she's naturally deep-sided. She just opens up from front to back behind her shoulders, gets a little bit more opened up in her loin edge. And like I said, she just doesn't hold herself with as much balance as some of the ones up the line here. But a nice, solid set of heifers. That's 7 really, really good kind of females in here. Let's give our young people a big round of applause. Nice job.
First in that last class goes to Kirby Sweeter, second to Chesney Cundy, third to Elizabeth Jordan, fourth to Roslyn Wills, fifth to Dylan Cargo, sixth to Caden Kumpla, and seventh to Kaylin Hendrickson. Now in the ring, we have class 29 on our Simmental heifers. We have entries from Brendan Bryce, Tyler Stilth, Mason Lockhorst, Briley Rogers, and Kaylin Hendrickson.
Nice pair on top here, and both completely different. You know, I choose to go with one that I just feel like is a little bit more feminine, a little more trim. I mean, and one thing is I like it that she is trim. The other thing is I'd like to see her have just a little bit more condition and weight on her, but she is very striking from the side profile. I love her rib shape and her body. I mean, she's soft as far as in her design, and you know, to me, to be that trim and thin and have that much middle to her, that, you know, that's pretty good. You know, she's not the most explosive one in the pack here. I'd like to see her would just come with just a little bit more internal width, if you would. But you know, to me, I felt like she's the one that probably gets around the ring good. I think she's the one that is more like the heifer design that I like and look for. And to me, you know, she's one that fills the bill today. I think the Hereford second, I think, is one that, like I said, is very stout made and stout featured. I mean, she has some middle, and part of me wants to move her past that heifer. But then a lot of times I'll catch an angle, and like I said, she's just a little bit more, like I said, you know, she's explosive, but like I said, she gets a little bit more higher in her flank, and like I said, so there's a trade there. Honestly, I'd like to put the two together. That's what I really want to do. And so to me, but those are two very, very good heifers. I like the heifer in third. I think, you know, here, young man is a sleeper heifer. I like her design. I like it that she's cowy in her look. I like her thinness of neck. I love her back leg design. You know, she's one that's raw. I mean, you know what I mean? But I see a lot of future in that heifer. So, you know what? Like I said, keep taking care of business. That's a good kind of female. And like I said, she's got a lot of things going for her. To me, she's just not as far along in maturity today to move up past the other two. But you got something there. Take care of it, all right? The red heifer there and coming in next is explosive. She gets a little bit more rounder in her hip and shape and a little bit more refined in her bone and in her design. Kind of wants to set them down a little bit more peggy, a little more rigid. I'd like to loosen her up in her structure, but I think a lot of that, you know, I mean, she's just a tighter made heifer. And I think we conclude here's a looser made kind of heifer, a long spine female, you know, upstanding kind of a female, a little bit more bolder and a little bit more rugged in her build. But there again, this Simmental show has been good down to the one that concludes the classes. And this is the same way all the way through this particular breed. Let's give our young people a round of applause for a nice job out here.
First in that class goes to Brendan Bryce, second to Tyler Stilth, third to Mason Lockhorst, fourth to Briley Rogers, and fifth to Kaylin Hendrickson. Now in the ring, we have class 30 with 2 entries from Addison Rydberg and Rhett Merrick.
I'm going to leave these heifers just kind of like they stand here, and I think the heifer here, pretty easy for me to move her to first. I mean, she's one that's you know, got some length to her. She's good in her underline. You know, I think she's very contouring, got nice swoop to that belly. You know, she's one that's up-headed. She gets a little bit more softer in her top. You'd like to strengthen her in that regard, but she's loose enough. And to me, I think that's an advantage because when you look at her feet and legs and you study the way they come down the ground, really true in her design is that as well. I think the heifer in second is bold sprung. She's one that, to to me is a little bit more shorter hip when you look at her design compared to the one that goes out. And when you get up on her, she just opens up right there in her forerib. She's just a little bit more tighter. You'd like to kind of have her, to me, blend in there a little bit better. But to me, she's very complete. Like I said, she's good on her feet and legs as well. Both heifers are very, very sound and functional from the ground up. Let's give our exhibitors a nice round of applause. Nice job out here. Great.
First in that class goes to Addison Rydberg, and second to Rhett Merrick. Now in the ring, we have our last class, which is a single entry exhibited by Caden Kumpla. Following the judges' comments on this class, we will be selecting Grand and Reserve Simmental Heifer. So first and seconds, please get back here and get lined up for us.
Another nice single entry, and we've had some really nice single entries all day long. In fact, champion Red Angus was a single entry of the first round. So to me, here's another one that's awfully good. Like I said, long featured, extremely long bodied. Probably one of the longer ones we've seen in here today. I'd like to give her a little bit more underline. She's a little bit more straighter in that respect, and maybe carry that back into that back 1/3 into her flank. I think she's good on her feet and legs. Like I said, she's really level up over her top. I like the way she comes up out of her shoulders into her neckline. This is really a neat kind of heifer like this. No doubt it's going to make a bigger kind of female down the line. The young lady's done a good job with her as well. Congratulations to you.
Now in the ring, we are going to be selecting our champion and reserve Simmental Heifer. From class 27, we need Caden Kassoon. From class 28, we need Kirby Sweeter. From class 29, we need Brendan Bryce. From class 30, we need Addison Rydberg. And from the last class, we need Caden Kumpla.
Well, I'm going to tell you, we've had a heck of a Simmental show here today, and like I said, it's been deep all the way through. There's been, like I said, the quality that's been in here has been phenomenal, but more impressive to me is the class depth. I mean, all these classes have had a lot of really good cattle all the way down, and like I said, that's been super impressive. As we started off this show, you know what, this heifer here is one that's awful special and definitely a contender and in the thick of things, but she's so neat made. Like I said, I don't know how big she's going to get, but man, I'll tell you what, when you look at one, the way they're designed and that thinness of neck and big bodied and sound on her feet and legs is so well presented and well shown. And like I said, she's one that's just fun to look at. And I mean, there was a powerhouse of a heifer right behind her. So to me, we started when we opened up the gate on this, we opened up the floodgates on this particular breed. We come out of class 2, and there was a lot of different options there, but good options. And I mean, when I see this heifer come back, I mean, I'm glad I did what I did. good because I mean she kind of fills the bill, and I feel like we're a lot more comfortable here. And like I said, everything's working good, and I like this heifer. I mean, she's big bodied and she's got some shape to her, and a young lady does a great job with her. And like I said, and I get it. I mean, it's early in the year, and like I said, a lot of these heifers are their first show, and like I said, some of them might not have ever seen a goat before or anything. Who knows what's in here? So I'm just saying, like I said, so there's a lot of things that you can't duplicate in the barn at home. You just got to take them to show and get them over it. And so I get that. Like I said, and I think we've won a battle there. Class 3 was awful good too. There was two of those heifers, and I wanted to put them together. I kind of went with one that I felt like was a little more feminine. I'd like to see more of her. I would, but I think she's good on her feet and legs. The young man does a good job with her, and she's got a good look to her. We come out of the next class, like I said, here's one that's about as long as you can make one, and I think that kind of is what affects her top line because she is so long, but she is big bone. She's sound on her feet and legs. She's big hip, to me. And like I said, she's a neat kind of heifer. And we had her single entry. Like I said, here's another long spine kind of female that's good in her neckline, and like I said, has some shape and power to her. I'd like to give her some more underline and middle to her. I think that's the homework leaving here. But a nice set of Simmental heifers, and not a lot of classes that were so deep. And like I said, we've got a lot of second places in here respectively. So I'm going to go out here, get your top two. Like I said, this has been a tough breed. This has been a big breed. I think I don't know what's coming, but definitely one of the biggest ones we've seen thus far. So let's give our Simmental breeders a nice round of applause for a great job.
Your champion Simmental heifer today goes to Caden Cassoon, and your reserve heifer goes to Kiara Lambert. Well, these guys clear the ring here. We're going to get started on our foundation Simmental heifers. We have entries from Whitney Bonney, Remington Yost, Sutton Lockhorse, Chloe Wardell, and Elizabeth Jordan.
I think really a nice trio of heifers, and there is a lot of, to me, there is some differences here, and I'm going to split the thread here and put one in the middle between the two. But this heifer here to me has to win this class for me, and she's one that's big-bodied and got a good look to her. She's one that, like I said, she needs to relax a little bit, but she's good in her angles, and I think she's comfortable with the ground. I think she does it as good as any of these top three. But I mean, I really like the way she comes out of her neckline. I love her markings. I mean, she just got a lot of things that I like and checks a lot of boxes. And you get behind her, she's a powerhouse. I mean, there's a lot of heifer there. So to me, and I'm going to go with the young lady heifer in second. Is going to be the young lady on the end here. And I think that we switch gears. That heifer there is more what I'd say cow power. I mean, she's one that she's not as neat necked as the one that goes out, but I love her rib shape and her body. She's not as heavy boned as the heifers on each end, but I feel like, and she's not perfect. I mean, but I feel like she's more comfortable and probably a little bit more truer in her design coming down to the ground than the heifer behind her. The heifer behind her gets a little more, like I said, opened up. I like her when she's parked, but like I said, when I look at her right there, right now, we get a real, get directional off those back hinds. We don't carry, the width, and to me, I think we have a little bit more wider design coming down to the ground. I love the rib shape and body. That one's smooth featured, but not as neat necked as this one here. This heifer here is a good looking one from the side. I mean, she's nice up over her top. Young lady does a good job. She just gets a little bit off in her walk. I mean, I just like to have her come a little bit better. But when she's parked, that young lady, you do an awesome job showing, by the way. And like I said, that heifer is fun to look at. Like I said, there's a lot to her. So those are three really, really good kind of females, but they're all a little bit different. So to me, the next heifer coming here, like I said, is one that I appreciate just because she's big-bodied and she's one that carries some natural power to her. She just, to me, is not as neat up out through her hip as the heifers that go out ahead of her today here, but a really, really nice female to land in there in that particular position. And I think we conclude here as a heifer that, I like her. I think she's opened up. I think she's sound enough on her feet and legs. She's just a little bit more trim in her underline, just doesn't carry the natural rib shape and body as the rest of the cattle up the line, but very attractive. Like I said, a neat kind of female out here today. Congratulations.
First in that class went to Elizabeth Jordan, second to Remington Yost, third to Chloe Wardell, fourth to Sutton Lockhorse, and fifth to Whitney Bonney. Now in the ring, we have class 33 of our Foundation Simmental heifers with entries from Josie Johnson, Grace Thorson, Rhett Merrick, Weston Hawkins, and Ashton Erickson.
Not three nice heifers. Like I said, there's a lot of differences in these three, and like I said, you could jockey these things around, and it's just kind of the way it falls for me. And I've kind of, this is what I'm one of them guys that, like I said, there's some things on these top two that, like I said, I'd like to put them together because I like the trimness of this one here. I think she's good in her angles and the feet and legs. I think she's good enough. I think she's square up out of her hip. I love her center body, the way she transitions, but she's very feminine and very trim and sleek and very angular and just got that real maternal kind of look to her, and I like that, but I would like to power up. And there's times I'd like to see her come down with just a little bit more cushion, but I feel like she's better when you look at her front legs, from her shoulder down to her knee down to the ground. I feel like we got a lot more angle, a lot more, to me, curvature design in that regard. Where this heifer here, I like the power, I like the bone, I do, but she gets a little bit more steeper off her front end, gets to wanting to peg them in just a little bit as you get out here and put her in motion. I just like to loosen her up if you could. I mean, it's a trade, and I think we end up with the third heifer here, because both those heifers on the top end are really, really good, and I think one has, the other one don't, and vice versa. Here's a heifer that I like her rib shape, her body. I mean, I look at a cow here. When I look at her, I feel like we got cow design here, not as flashy, doesn't have the bells and whistles the other two have going out, but I just like a lot of things about that particular female. The next one in line here is also good in her rib shape and her body. Gets a little bit more coarser and rugged in her build right out through her shoulders and neckline. I'd like to sleek her up, but I feel like she's fairly good and comfortable when it comes down to her angles, and I think that's where we get into the Baldy here. I like her. She's to me, she's trim. She's got a good look to her from a natural standpoint, but she just gets a little bit too steep in her angles, and you'd like to give her a little bit more rib shape and body. Honestly, you just like to give her more belly. So to me, a nice set of cattle. To me, three completely different females up there on top, but awfully good. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job.
First in that class goes to Elizabeth Jordan, second to Remington Yost, third to Chloe Wardell, fourth to Sutton Lockhorse, and fifth to Whitney Bonney. From the last class, first place goes to Weston Hawkins, second to Josie Johnson, third to Ashton Erickson, fourth to Grace Thorson, and fifth to Rhett Merrick. Now in the ring, we have class 34, which is the last class of Foundation Simmental heifers, with entries from Bridger Stahman, Dylan Effling, Lindsey Bonney, Logan Hawkins, and Ty Kalsrud. While this class is in the ring, I want to thank some of our sponsors today. Grossenberg John Deere sponsored the coffee and the donuts in the barn for us this morning. Fleet Farm, South Dakota Farmers Union, Outback Steakhouse, which sponsored some of your things that came with you at registration, and coupons and discounts, Farm Credit Services, First Interstate Bank, and Cattle Business Weekly.
pretty easy find here for me in this class, and I just feel like this one here surfaces pretty quickly. I mean, this one checks a lot of boxes, and she's one that puts a lot of things together, and I think she's the most blended female here in this class. I mean, you look at her, she's a neat heifer out of her front end. I mean, she's got some length to her. You get behind her, she's got some power. She's agile on her feet and legs. She carries some underline. Like I said, she's just a good heifer, and like I said, you start trying to break her down, and I'll tell you what, there's just a lot of good in that heifer. Young lady done a beautiful job of showing her, and like I said, she's been easy for me to look at, and I appreciate that. The heifer in second is also well designed. You love her rib shape and body. She's so smooth in her build, the way she transitions into her shoulders, soft on her feet and legs. I think she's fairly square out of her hip. You'd like to level that tail head back into her, to get past that heifer and just give her a little more bone, to move up past the heifer that leads off the class. But I think a really neat heifer and very honest and genuine kind of female to come in there in second. I like the heifer also in third. I think she's complete. She's one that's a little more deeper in her neck, a little coarser in that regard and in her build, but she's got a big body. She's easy fleshing. I think that one goes and makes a great cow down the line. Here's another one that I like awful well, and I think she's easy keeping as well. Like I said, she's deeper in her neck, but she's good kind of cattle. I mean, say what you want. I mean, you take a lot of them like that all day long. Like I said, she's just not as neat out of her front end compared to the ones that go out ahead of her. And I think we have one here that's a pound maker. I mean, she's rugged in her build, shows a little more chest down low. She just looser made. Understand that she's a little bit more harder to look at on the halter today, but she's big featured in places. She just doesn't come with the balance compared to the cattle up the line here today. Congratulations.
First in that class goes to Lindsey Bonney, second to Logan Hawkins, third to Dylan Effling, fourth to Bridger Stammen, and fifth to Ty Calzard. Now in the ring, we have champion. We will be selecting champion and reserve Foundation Simmental heifer. From Class 1, we need Elizabeth Jordan. From Class 2, we need Weston Hawkins. And from Class 3, we need Lindsey Bonney.
As we pick your percentage Simmental female, and here, like I said, well, I've got three really nice heifers out here, and like we started off Class 1, and here's one that's big-bodied and big-boned, and she's one that's got a good pattern to her. I mean, she's one that she's neat up out of her neckline. Like I said, she hasn't been easy to show, but I'm just saying but when you get her parked and you get her stopped, I mean, that one there is cool. I like it that she has some dimension to her and some power. I do like that, and, but, and like I said, it's got to be the right kind. But I feel like she has the right kind of power, like I said. And so to me, but she's still maternal enough and still cool enough. And like I said, I would I'd like to see her set them down just a little bit softer if you could. But like I said, I mean, she just does so much other things right that you just can't help but not have her in the thick of things. I like the heifer come out of class 2. I mean, here's one that's trim, and she's one. Is there enough there? That's the question there. You know what I mean? And so to me, there's enough there for me here today. It's kind of like but she's neat up out of her front end, and flat in her neck design. I think she's pretty good in her feet and legs. She kind of sits them down a little bit odd. When you get around the ring, she doesn't really come with them super flat. But you can't really say she's doing anything, bad. It's just odd. That's the only way I can put it. It's just not as much flexibility as that I'd like. And so to me, we come out of class 3, and like I said, this one's not as highly presented as some, but I'll tell you what, there's a good looking one right here. And I mean, there's some power to her, and to me, she's a heifer that is neat made, and you start looking at her. I mean, she has that long muscle shape to her, but yes, I think when you look at her feet and legs, she's probably as comfortable as anything getting around the ring. So to me, she's in the thick of things. I'm going to take another look here, like I said, and make a decision here. But a nice set of percentage Simmentals out here. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion Foundation Simmental heifer exhibited by Lindsay Bonney, and reserve goes to Elizabeth Jordan. And now in the ring, we're going to start off with our Shorthorn heifers with a single entry from Maurice Cobb.
Here's a nice complete heifer, and I think one that's very youthful, and I think one that brings a lot of nice things to the table. I mean, she's really nice up over her top. I'd like to see that tail head kind of lay into her just a little bit more square. I'd like to see her just get a little bit more shape under her underline. But to me, a very complete heifer. A young lady's done a good job with out here today. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Reese Cobb. Now in the ring, we're going to have Class 36 of Shorthorn Heifers with entries from Kaylee Sandbolt and Noah Auden.
As we get into your second class of Shorthorns, I'm really an obvious pick here. I think this is pretty easy. I mean, there's just so much dimension and volume to this female. I mean, she's just so much farther along in overall rig and shape that she's in. And she's one that, like I said, is awfully good. She's complete. She comes with a lot of balance. They've done a really nice job of getting her presented out here. The young man does a good job with getting her stuck out here. And I think she's just a really, really super good complete heifer that's got a good look to her. I think the next heifer here is like super long. We've seen some long cattle in here, and she hangs right there with him. She's just a little bit more tubular, a little bit more greener and thinner, and just not carrying the flesh and the design that goes on up ahead of her out here. And that, to me, it's just an obvious place that we have to put her. Leaving here, just more days on feed. We got to try to give her a belly, and we got to give her some rib shape, and to me, see what we got. So a nice, complete set of cattle, front and back. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job.
First in that class goes to Noah Auden, and second to Kaylee Sandbolt. Now in the ring, we're going to be selecting our champion and reserve Shorthorn heifer. From the first class, we need Reese Cobb, and from the second class, Noah Auden. Following the selection of the champion and reserve Shorthorn, we're going to roll into the Shorthorn Plus heifers.
As we select your champion Shorthorn, we had a single entry come in here, and like I said, we've had them today, and they've been good. And like I said, that one there is very complete and very genuine. Like I said, I'd like to put that tail head down into her little square, but I think she's complete, and she comes with some balance. And to me, I think she's got some rib shape and body. The heifer out of class 2, I mean, here's one that's farther along in her design. I mean, you just can't really deny her today. I mean, she's very complete. She's very level up over her top. I think she got some, to me, she has some genuine, to me, muscle and shape to her from an internal standpoint, and you just love that rib shape and body that she has out here. And then to me, all that said and done, really has a nice, good look and pattern to her. So to me, she's the obvious one out here today. She's going to be your champion. Like I said, there's no, to me, getting around her today. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets a little more, to me, challenging, but I'm going to stay with the rib shape and the body of our single entry out of class 1. She'll be reserve out here today. I just feel like we have a little bit more added dimension down low here, and she's going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Noah Auden on exhibiting the champion Shorthorn heifer, and reserves goes to Reese Caller. Now in the ring, we have class 1 of Shorthorn Plus heifers, entries from Audrey Auden and Reese Caller.
I'm going to go with what I call strawberry roan heifer here, but I just feel like, from a maternal standpoint, I just feel like we lay in better. I feel like we're a little flatter in our design out through our hip. And I feel like from a structure standpoint, I think we're really good and ideal in that regard. I think she's got some middle and underline. She's youthful in her look. Young lady does a good job with her. And like I said, you can't pick big holes in her. And like I said, she's one that's very complete, and I like a lot. The heifer in second, I like as well. I mean, she gets a little more straighter hocked in her leg design. I like it that she's level out through her top and good out through her neckline. Probably doesn't tie in quite as good and level out through her that upper hip compared to the heifer that goes out ahead. But two very solid heifers. Young lady's done a good job out here. Congratulations to them as well.
First in that class goes to Audrey Auden, and second goes to Reese Caller. Now in the ring we have Class 38 Shorthorn Plus heifers with 3 entries from Reed Caller, Reed Selman, and Kyla Mather.
As we get into this particular class, and the black and white heifer, I mean, there's just no denying this female. She's one that's so good, in her bone and in her rib shape and body. It is very explosive. I mean, she's a stout-featured heifer. I mean, she's one that, like I said, teeter-totters on the edge of it for me from a terminal standpoint, but she's plenty sleek enough for me here today, and I love her muscle shape and her power. I would like to set her tail head down into her a little more level, and I think she's easily the class winner for me. Second and third was where the race was for me, and I went with the heifer heifer that I thought was just a little bit more nicer up through her top. I feel like our lines and our design is just a little bit more level and a little bit more true. I like her rib shape and body. She gets a little bit too in line in her hock set. I'd like to give her just a little bit more cushion and angle coming off her back hinds to me to make her better. I like the stoutness of the blue roan heifer. I like her middle. I think she's one that's very good. There's a lot of things that I really like. I think these are really good, these three particular heifers. She probably opens up behind her shoulders. She just gets a little more pinched up high, but she's bold in her rib shape and her body. She's got some muscle and shape to her. Like I said, I'd like to maybe level her tail head out just a little bit more down into her hip, but boy, she is a lot of power in that particular female out here today. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
First in that class goes to Kyla Mather, second to Reed Selman, and third to Reed Cowler. Now in the ring, we have Class 39 of our Shorthorn Plus heifers. We have 2 entries from Orrin Hipke and Augustus Hipke.
To me, there's a little bit of decision here, and like I said, I don't, it's like I'd like to. I don't know if one dominates the other because I think there's some trade here. I feel like our black heifer to me is just a little more feminine in the way she's put together. I feel like our red heifer is more what I'd say market heifer. I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to say it. She's a little more terminal in that kind. I like her rib shape. I feel like we're a little bit more breeding heifer type, maybe in this black heifer. I think she's one that's level up out of her top. She doesn't have the middle to me as the red heifer behind her, but I feel like she's probably another rib longer. I like it that she's trim in her neckline. I feel like when I look at her front legs, and I feel like we have just a little bit more curvature to that respect here. I think both of them, could use a little bit more, but like I said, today I'm going with the heifer that I feel like is a little more feminine. I like this heifer here. I think, she's one that's a powerhouse of a female. I don't know how big she's going to get, and that's the other reason I kind of went with the black heifer. I feel like, down the line that there's a little bit more growth pattern there to me. I feel like we're a little bit more quicker and shorter here, but man, I'm telling you, you're talking about one that's wide and to me big bodied, and to me, like I said, I feel like we're more blended into more of a maternal package as the one that goes out. But I like both heifers. Like I said, I think if you put them together, you'd have the one. So anyway, a nice pair out here. Let's give our young gentleman here a round of applause. Good job.
First in that class goes to Augustus Hipke and second to Lauren Hipke. Now we're going to bring in all the first place heifers. Out of class 1, we have Audrey Auden. Out of class 2, we have Kyla Mather. And out of class 3, we have Augustus Hipke.
As we select your champion, Shorthorn Plus female, like I said, as we bring these back in here, like I said, I like this, what I call strawberry roan heifer. I mean, she's one that she's flat in her hip design, when I say flat, I mean level. And I'm just saying I like the way that muscle pattern ties down deep into her hock. She's one that carries a cow power look to her. I think she's one that's young and youthful, but I think she's one that's got a great future as well. We come out of class 2, and I feel like we raised the bar there. I mean, there's one that's a show heifer deluxe. I mean, she's well presented. And like I said, the young lady has done a great job with her. Big bone, big featured kind of female. And like I said, she teeter-totters on the edge, but to me, she's sleek enough and to me, maternal enough, like to me, plenty good. But I like the power and the bone that she has. We come out of class 3, and like I said, we had a pair in there. And like I said, this one here is very maternal in her makings, and I'm just saying she's nice in her design. She's got a good look to her. And I kind of like I had it in my mind when we got these 3 out here, she would tie in nicely with what's going to be out here. And like I said, I like it that the bone that she has and what she brings to the table here. Like I said, she's level up over her top, soft in her build, and got a good look to them. So to me, I think every one of these heifers got a good look to them from the side. I'm going to take another spin out here. Like I said, there's been some decision making for me along the way, and this has been one of them breeds that I've had to pick and choose. And like I said, it hasn't, what I'd say, been a runaway by anything but just good cattle all the way through. So to me, I'm going to go take another look, and I'm going to get you a top pair. Let's give our Shorthorn Plus exhibitor a big round of applause. Nice job.
Congratulations to your champion Shorthorn Plus heifer, exhibited by Kyla Mather and reserved to Augustus Hipke. Will these kids exit the ring here? We're going to get started on our AOB heifers. In Class 1, we have 5 entries from Kason Clement, Parker Day, Bevan Birchie, Quentin Berry, and Sadie Jordan.
I think this particular class it sorts itself out pretty easily for me. This heifer that I'm going to lead off with here is just so much of her. I mean, there's so much more bone and power to her. I mean, young lady does a good job with her. I mean, she's really a neat marked kind of female. Like I said, she's one that, I found pretty quickly as when she came in the gate because she's just so attractive, but there's just so much substance to her and so much dimension, and you get her parked like that and she shoots you that look. I mean, that's just hard not to buy into that. The heifer, I like the heifer in second. I mean, she's one that's very sleek and trim, and she's flatter made. I like her underline. I like her softness of her leg. She's just not as heavy built in her overall dimension all the way through compared to the heifer that goes out, but I like her. I mean, I'm just saying that's a good female as well. And then we kind of come into the next two, and like I said, I felt like this black and white heifer is a little bit more trimmer out through her neckline. You can go ahead and lead her off if you want to. And I feel like, probably a little bit more explosive out through that upper hip. I feel like this heifer holds herself a little bit more truer down that top line and out through that upper hip. She's more shotgun underlined. I'd like to give her a little bit more swoop and dimension and curvature, and I think that goes with the heifer that comes behind her. She's not as neat and attractive as that one that goes out in her front 1/3. I think she's good on her feet and legs. It's just one of them things that I just feel like she's just a little bit too straight underneath. Like I said, she just doesn't carry herself quite as true in that upper hip compared to the black and white heifer that goes out ahead, but I like her. The next heifer is also, to me, very functional and very good kind of female. Just a little bit more refined in her build compared to the ones that go out ahead of her today. The young man's done a good job with that female. Like I said, she patterns well. She's trim enough. She's smooth enough. Like I said, we just like to give her just a little bit more power.
First in that class goes to Bevan Birchie. Second, Sadie Jordan. Third, Parker Day. Fourth, Quentin Berry. And fifth, Kason Clement. Now in the ring, we have Class 41 of our AOB heifers, with entries from Isaac Auden, Kendall Selman, and Jackson Erickson.
pretty easy find here. And like I said, this heifer, she's very complete. She carries some shape. She really patterns well. And I think, she's one that has some rib shape and body, especially down through the center portion of that. Like I said, she can open up a little bit. She's loose made. But like I said, where she seals the deal is out here in travel. And I like this red heifer. She's a little more rugged up through her front end, not as sleek as that one that goes out. I love her rib shape and body. That is beautiful on her. She's flat up over her top, really nice up out through her tailhead. She doesn't carry the internal dimension as that one that goes out, but the deal that to me that really hampers her is she's just laboring off her back hinds. I mean, she's to the point of I feel like she's favoring one leg there, and I'm just saying and to me it's just to me a disadvantage here today. The British to me white here is like another solid heifer. She's complete, she's balanced, she's easy feeding. Like I said, she's just not as explosive and not as dimensional from front to back as the heifers that lead out ahead of her today.
First in that class goes to Kendall Selman, second to Isaac Auden, and third to Jackson Erickson. Now in the ring, we have Class 41 and our last class of AOB heifers with entries from Caitlin Mitchell, Chad Stevens, Graham Stinson, and Hadley Cooper. Following this class, we will be choosing our champion and reserve AOB heifers, so we will need our first place heifers from classes 41, Bevan Birchie, class 40, Bevan Birchie, class 41, Kendall Selman, and our seconds on deck.
Another nice class. I think an exceptional one on top. And here's a heifer that's explosive and powerful. I would like to lay that tail head down into her just a little more level if you could. She's one that teeter-totters on that terminal side to me, but she's still, to me, angular, smooth enough. I think she ties into that front end good enough. And like I said, a lot of it is, I think, it's what, the way, she's groomed and clipped, like I said. But, she's one that comes down to the ground okay. I mean, it's not, to me, it's the best to me of the top three here. Like I said, I'd like to see her a little more comfortable if you could, but to me, it's good enough for me here today. She's just so flashy and big-bodied, and to me has so much dimension to her. You just can't deny a female like that. The heifer in second, at first when she came in, I thought, she's more of the breeding piece kind of female, but she gets out of bounds in her track, and like I said, you don't know how much is there, but I like her. I mean, I'm just telling you. But she gets, like I said, wide down. Like I said, gets out of her track. And I'm just saying this, and like I said, I feel like we just got more heifer in the one that goes out. I like the heifer in third. I mean, she's one that if you could get her off her ankles, I'd be all about that one. I'm just telling you, she's one that's got a good look, good marking, good body. Like I said, she just gets up in her ankles and just gets too steep coming down the ground. And to me, I just like to change that about her because I love that heifer. I mean, she's good in everything that she does. It's just that, we get up there to the point, like I said, she just gets rigid. And then I think we can conclude, here's a red heifer that's big-bodied and probably the leaner, greener, thinner one of the class. She's just given up the extra softness to me to get ahead of the cattle up ahead of her. But a nice, complete set of cattle. To me, these young people have brought good cattle out here today. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good job.
First in that class goes to Hadley Cooper. Second, Caitlin Mitchell. Third, Graham Stinson. And fourth, Chad Stevens. Now in the ring, we're going to select our champion and reserve AOB heifer. From class 40, we need Bevan Birchie. From class 41, Kendall Selman. And class 42, Hadley Cooper. Following the selection of the champion and reserve AOB heifers, we're going to roll right into the commercial heifers.
As we select your AOB champion, three really nice heifers out here. I'll tell you, like I said, I can't wait to get the the lineup because they just keep coming in and some good cattle. And the good thing about it is, whether you're agreeing with me on the outside of the fence looking in, you know what, me looking out, there's so many nice cattle that's been through here thus far, and we're not even done yet. That in one respect, I don't even see how you could be wrong because the cattle are that good, and these exhibitors done that good a job out here. We started off there again, started off this division, and like I said, here's a heifer that I really like this female because she's so complete. She's well presented. She's one that's well shown. Her underline and middle and the way she ties together is just phenomenal. And she's one that she's got some shape to her, but she has some length of shape, and her tail head lays out there nice and even and square and true. So to me, we started off this particular breed to me blazing. I think out of class 2, and this heifer I thought rose there pretty quickly because she has the natural power, she has the natural dimension and boldness of rib. She's neat up out of her neckline, and like you said, she can open up. You'd like to maybe have her tie into her forerib just a little better, but she's sound on her feet and legs. She's extended, and to me, she's a good kind of female. And then we come out of class 3, and like I said, here's a powerhouse kind of female. She's big dimension, big-legged. Like I said, she's comfortable enough at the ground. You'd like to maybe lay that tail head into her just a little bit more leveler, and she gets a little bit more thicker up through her neckline. You just like to extend that a little bit, but you look at her bone shape and way she is complete and the way she comes with so much balance, and the young lady does a beautiful job with her out here. She's definitely in the thick of things as well. So I'm going to take another walk. I'm going to get you two. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job.
Congratulations to Bevan Murchie for exhibiting the champion AOB heifer. And reserve goes to Hadley Cooper. Now in the ring is Class 1 of our commercial heifer division. We have 4 entries from Caden Kumpla, Dylan Effling, Jory Miller, and Jada Jensen.
Nice pair of heifers here on top, and like I said, I think there's some trade, and I don't know if there's some, total domination here, but I'm going to go with a heifer that I feel like is just probably a little more comfortable on the halter and just a little bit more easier to read, and it's kind of like, she's got a big center body to her. Young lady does a good job with her. She's level up out through her top. I would like to lay that tail head down into her just a little bit better, but when you get behind her, she's not denying you at all. She can look flat from the side, but she's pretty explosive when you get right behind her, and like I said, she's very complete, and like I said, fun heifer to look at. She also would raise a good good Hereford steer in Oklahoma too, right? But anyway, the heifer in second. I dig this one, but not yet. But anyway, she's one that's cool made, and she's got a lot of things going for her down the road. And I'm just saying that she's a little more opened up. Probably doesn't hold herself not too. I love that neckline. I love that fuzz and that hair that she has. And like I said, there's that one there. there is fun for me to look at. Like I said, she just doesn't hold herself quite as true, but I think a lot of that's just her nature. I think she's probably seen everybody in here twice. So anyway, she's just that away. But thing about it is, if we can get her through this show and nothing bad happens, that's a win. I'm just telling you what, I've been there and done that. So to me, that's a good one. It could be a cool heifer down the line. So the next heifer I like a lot. I mean, she's one that patterns well. Like I said, I look at cow power and broodiness in this particular female. But yes, she has enough flash and enough design to her, good up over her top. Like I said, she doesn't come with just quite as much stride maybe as some in here. But like I said, more than anything, I'd like to neaten her up in her neckline. And I think we concludes another nice heifer that's, like I said, I like a lot. I think she's smooth, and as far as featured in that regard, I think she patterns well. Like I said, she's complete. She's just not as upstanding and explosive and doesn't carry the maturity as some up the line ahead of her today.
First in that last class goes to Jory Miller, second to Jada Jensen, third to Caden Kumpla, and fourth to Dylan Effling. Now in the ring, we have class 44 of our commercial heifers with entries from Caden Kassoon, Jenna Ike, Lydia Carr, Tyne Tipton, Liberty Cook, and Jace McManus.
a phenomenal pair of heifers up here on top, and like I said, very competitive. But to me, this heifer here is just one that is super special and one that's very unique and hard to make and just does a lot of things right. And to me, especially from the ground up, and that's where she wins my vote. She's one that's big, bold bodied, super cool haired. I'm just telling you what, super attractive, got some muscle and shape to her, and I'm just telling you, she's just one that's a powerhouse kind of female. But with that much power and that much dimension, and still being able to come around the ring and set them comfortably, and then leaving you with enough base width, to me, that's just a neat made package right there. I love this heifer in second. I mean, she is one that is striking out of her front. Young lady does a beautiful job of showing her. She's just not as far along, internally to me as that heifer that goes out. And as you walk, she doesn't carry the base width to me as that female that goes out. But boy, you get her parked and she shoots you that picture. Very feminine, good up over her top, well presented, well shown. And to me, she comes in there in second pretty easily for me. I'm going with the heifer that I feel like has just a little bit more underline, a little bit more dimension, the yellow and white heifer. I think she lands in there third. She's a powerful heifer as well as the two that go out. And I think, 3 and 4 are awfully competitive. I just felt like this one just a farther along in her maturity and her boldness that I put her in third over the black heifer. I like the Cowboys heifer there. I'm just telling you what, that's a neat made heifer. I mean, she's neat made, neat designed. I like her marketing. She's got nice shape to her. She's just not as far along in her underline to me as we leave here and we continue to give her more rib shape and belly, especially down low. I mean, that's a cool made heifer. I love it that she's so sound. The next heifer that comes in here is awfully good. I mean, she's explosive and has got some shape to her bone, and to me, she's just too shallow in her underline. Just doesn't carry enough middle to move up any higher here today. And I think we conclude we have a nice heifer that has a lot of middle. She's just a little bit more deeper in her neck and just a little bit more refined in her bone. Just doesn't balance quite as good as the females going out ahead of them today. A nice set of females out here today. A really nice pair on top. Congratulations.
First in that class goes to Jenna Ike, second to Kaden Cassoon, third Lydia Carr, fourth Tyne Tipton, fifth Liberty Cook, and sixth Jace McMahons. Now in class 45 of our commercial heifers, we have entries from Cashlyn Krebs, Rayleigh Wills, Levi Peldo, Weston Hobley, Caleb Auden, Kaden Cassoon, and Catherine Scott.
Pretty easy read for me here. And this white heifer, I'll tell you what, I mean, she's a breeding piece show heifer. I'm just telling you, she's nice up over her top. Young lady does a great job with her. So thin in her neckline, good in her feet and legs. I love that muscle shape that it comes down nice and long and deep into her hock. She's one that, like I said, she's beautifully presented. And like I said, just a neat package. She's just so complete. And I think, that she's the blended female of this particular class, and she rises to the top pretty quickly for me. I like the black heifer. I think she's one that's a little deeper in her neck, but her center body is so good, and she's so good out up over her top, but she's got some muscle shape to her. She's got a look to her. She's got a ring presence to her. She's got some underline to her. Like I said, she's just not as sharp out through that front end as the heifer that goes out. Really neat heifer in third. She's flat made, and that's to her disadvantage in this particular class, but she's big bodied, really neat neck, sound on her feet and legs. Young lady does a good job with her. She's just a little bit more raw and harsh and not as explosive as some of the females out here. The next heifer here, like I said, you could switch these next two. I just felt like we had a little bit more growth involved here. I like the squareness of this female, and I feel like, when it comes down to the ground, I just feel like we're probably a little bit more comfortable coming off our back hinds compared to the one that comes in behind her. Both of them aren't perfect, but I just feel like on our baldy heifer, she's just a little bit more shorter in stature and a little more deeper in her neck. And like I said, I don't know how big she gets. She just gets, like I said, a little bit more rigid off her back hinds. I just like to have it come down just a little bit more softer, just to the pop that we see some actual pastern action in there. The next heifer coming in there is just raw. I mean, you know what? She's extended. She's got some pieces that you like, but she just needs more rib shape and body and belly and condition to me to move her up any higher today. And I think we can conclude we have a heifer that's smooth built. I think she's good in her chest, good up over her top, sound on her feet and legs. She just doesn't have the overall dimension of bone and power and just maturity within to move her up any higher today. A nice set of cattle, and to me, a really nice pair on top. Congratulations.
Results from the last class. First place was Cashlyn Krebs. Second, Rayleigh Wills. Third, Caden Cassoon. Fourth, Caleb Auden. Fifth, Levi Peldo. Sixth, Weston Hobley. And seventh, Catherine Scott. Now for our last class in the AOB division, we have a single entry from Ty Hoffman. Just a reminder, after the judges' comments on this last class, we're going to get everybody back in the ring from the commercial division and choose our champion in reserve champion heifer, and then we will get rolling right into the top 5 heifers.
Single entry here, and like I said, I think a nice package. A young man done a good job from a feeding standpoint. She's in nice shape for a breeding heifer, and I think she's one that complete. I think she's one that comes with enough balance for me here today. I would like to trim her up down there in her chest floor, make her a little bit more sleeker in her neck, but I love her rib shape in her body. I like it that she's moderate in her size. I like it that she's not so long that to me she looks like an easy keeping kind of female. Like I said, that one goes and makes a good cow as well. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Ty Hoffman in that class. Now we're going to have all of our class winners and second places come back in the ring for overall. From Class 1, we have Jory Miller. From Class 2, we have Jenna Ike. From Class 3, we have Cashlyn Krebs. And from the last class, we have Ty Hoffman. Just a quick little reminder, in between the selection of our champion and reserve junior heifer, we will be taking a short break, and then we'll roll right into our Breds and Showmanship.
as we select your champion commercial. Like I said, really a good breed. I tell you what, been a lot of quality here, and I'm glad to see the commercials. I know down our way, a lot of times, the commercials used to be super tough, and then they kind of went through a deal where not many got in the commercials. And like I said, this has been Wolfie in here as well. And like I said, I commend these exhibitors on a great job in concluding here. We started out strong, and we've started out strong in a lot of different breeds here. And this heifer here has got like I said, a neat look to her, and she's one that has some dimension and shape to her. I love her center body, and like I said, I love her color. Like I said, I want to raise an Oklahoma Hereford steer out of her. That's what I want to do. But anyway, she looks like she's cool made and going to make a great cow and got a super look to her. The heifer out of Class 2 is very exceptional and very unusual and unique as far as hard to make. And she's a powerhouse, but so sound. And, there's just a lot of dimension to her front to back. And she's one that's like I said, well presented and well shown. And she's just one that is super cool to look at. I really like the heifer in third as well. I mean, she's a different kind, but she's extended. Like I said, she's one that's extremely well presented, well shown. I love that extension out of her neck, and she's good on her feet and legs and sound and functional from front to back. And she's got enough power to me here. And like I said, she's definitely in the thick of things as well. And I think we conclude here another neat kind of heifer that I think is genuine and honest. And like I said, I think she's carries some balance. I'd like to make her a little neater in her neckline, just like I said before. But her center body, and to me, the shape that she's in for that day of age is, to me, really, really good. That young man's did a good job. So I'm going to get you a pair out here. Like I said, a good division out here. To me, a strong division as well. Like I said, we'll get you a pair. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion commercial heifer, exhibited by Jenna Ike and reserved by Cashlyn Krebs. Just a reminder, after the conclusion of our top 5 heifers today, we are going to take just a very, very short break so the judge can get some backdrop photos, and then we will be rolling right into the shortbred heifer show, and then right after that, we will do the same thing with showmanship. All right, we're going to get all of our breed champions back in the ring here. From the Angus division, our champion Angus heifer was Riley Stricker. From our Char division was Bevan Birchie. From our Char composite division, we have Vance Murnock. From the Key division, we have Kenna Covey. From the Gelbvieh division, we have Owen Spencer. From the Hereford division, we have Hunter Heesen. From the Limousin division, we have our only one, Deem Shupe. From our main division, we have Maggie Holt. Our Red Angus, Haston Heesen. Our Simmental heifer, Caden Cassoon. Foundation Simmental, Lindsay Bonney. Shorthorn, Noah Auden. Shorthorn Plus, Kyla Mather. AOB, Bevan Birchie, and Commercial, Jenna Ike. Please have reserves on deck and ready to go in case your division winner is selected.
Well, as the old saying goes, look long, look wrong. So anyway, what a phenomenal set of heifers. And, I'll tell you what, and I mean, I know we got a bunch in here, but I'll tell you what, and I do commend these exhibitors out here. This gets to be a long stretch, and, here's the Angus heifer. She showed first, and still being able to come in and look like that. And, I've been there and done that, and, it gets to be a long time and trying to keep them filled up and keep them looking right, and, that's a challenge. But every one of these coming back in here, I am absolutely elated and tickled at the quality that's been here today. And like I said, I've tried to be fair and try to give you every one of them just a look that, that I felt like, I could do a judgment on. There's been times, some of these shows or some of these classes where, these cattle weren't handling well, and, at first show, and I get it, or some of them are just plain dumb and they just need more time in the ring. So I mean, it's just one of them things. And like I said, I get all that. But like I said, it's been a fun show, and every one of these breeds that came in, I mean, it was just fun looking at them. The quality was awesome, and I'm just telling you what. And we started strong. We ended up with the commercial strong, and everything in between's been strong. And like I said, it's just been a fun show. And like I said, and I don't expect everybody to agree with me at all. That doesn't bother me in the least. I look at these things, and like I said, I sometimes I just make it simple, like which one would you take home, and that's the one I pick. So I try not to overthink it. And first off though, as we get before we select your top five, I do want to say, hats off to the Black Hill Stock Show. I appreciate these guys having me come up. And like I said, when I got the call, I was really excited because I've seen, the kind of caliber of cattle that comes through here. And I know the quality of kids is just as equally, if not better. And to me, and I knew this facility. I tell you what, I was anxious to get to this facility because this is a fun place to show cattle. And I'll tell you what, exhibitors and families and breeders, you need to thank the Black Hill Stock Show for providing a venue to showcase our young people and what they're about. So let's give them a big round of applause. Like I said, this is a fun deal, and like I said, a great job out here. And it takes an army, to get this done and pulled off. And like I said, these shows have been, I've been to Phoenix, and then to, like I said, to Congress, and then Denver, and then now here. And like I said, I don't ever get tired of hanging out with the people that have the same kind of love and passion that I do. For going any farther, like I said, I also want to thank my family at home. They share me a lot. They cover for me. We're calving in all this, and I know it's snowing, and we've probably got, I think, 10 inches down there, and we're not above freezing yet, and I know that's what you guys deal with all the time, but in Oklahoma, we're not used to that, right? So anyway, but I'll tell you what, we got a good crew at home, like I said, and I couldn't be more happier and prouder and blessed, with the crew and the family that I got. Like I said, it's just awesome. And like I said, they cover for me while I'm gone, and they cover for me a lot. So anyway, I'm going to go out here and get your top five. I mean, there's a lot of good cattle out here to pick from, and like I said, I'm going to get the top five that I like. And anyway, it's just been a lot of fun for me. And like I said, good luck to you. One thing I want to stress, and we're going to get into the steer show tomorrow, and then I'll be quiet, but don't let today's decisions affect what you do from here on. I'm just telling you, this isn't a prospect show. It's it's basically, to me, it's kind of figuring out where our progress is. It's a progress report. It's what it is. And sometimes these cattle need to be broke better. Some of them need to be fed better. Some of them are getting fed too well. So there's a lot of things that we can learn from these shows, and they can be the most rewarding and most humbling thing that we do. But I'll tell you what, at the end of the day, we're raising young people with cattle, and you know what? And if we can use this show ring as a useful tool to not only develop cattle, but more importantly, to develop kids, I mean, that's where we hang our hats. So to me, one big round of applause for all these champions and all the reserves, all the exhibitors that came here. Good luck to you, and safe travels in all your journeys as well. Good luck.
Congratulations to our Supreme Champion heifer today, exhibited by Riley Stricker. Now coming in the ring, we have the reserve champion Angus Heifer, exhibited by Blaze Hansen. And our reserve Simmental goes to Caden Kassoon, and now our reserve champion Simmental Heifer, exhibited by Kiara Lambert, will now be coming in the ring. And our third overall heifer today goes to our commercial heifer, exhibited by Jenna Ike. And now our reserve commercial heifer will be coming in the ring, exhibited by Cashlyn Krebs. Our fourth overall heifer today is the Hereford heifer, exhibited by Hunter Heesen. And now coming in the ring will be Cashlyn Krebs with the reserve Hereford heifer. And your fifth overall heifer goes to our reserve champion Simmental heifer, exhibited by Kiara Lambert. Congratulations to our top 5 heifers today. We are going to get all these top 5 heifers back to the backdrop as fast as we can and get our judge over there and get some backdrop pictures taken, and then we will roll right into the Bred Heifer Show.
We got a lot of single entries here in your Bred Heifer show, and I think here's starting off your division here in the Hereford division. I think definitely one here that you have to appreciate her. I mean, there's so much cow power there. She's so level up over her top, really nice up out of her hip, and I think her tail head lays in there nice and square and true. She's extended out of her front end and still being heavy bred and far enough in rig. She's still good in her chest, and like I said, really maintain good body condition, sound on her feet and legs. We'll catch her back in here in a little bit. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kane Grace on his Hereford heifer. Now in the ring, we're going to have our only Charbred heifer exhibited by Camden Anderson.
Once again, a single entry in your champion Charolais. But really, I'll tell you what, I mean, this is one that can handle a lot more competition. I asked the gentleman, I said, have you ever weighed her? And he said about a month ago she weighed about 1980. I said, she's a load. So anyway, there's almost a ton cow right there, you bet. So anyway, I'll tell you what, she probably is now, right, Chip? So anyway, but I'm telling you, she's in good shape. You've done a good job of getting her presented out here. The young man doing a great job of getting her stuck, but she's one that is a nicely designed. She'll go raise one, I guarantee you. That one there is good to have in the herd. Like I said, you wouldn't mind going out there and looking at her every day as far as I'm concerned. So let's give him a round of applause. Nice job as well.
Congratulations to Camden Anderson with his Charolais bred heifer. Now in the ring, we're going to bring in our Red Angus heifer exhibited by Allison Strandberg. On deck, we'll have the two Simmental bred heifers.
Another nice single entry Red Angus female. Like I said, she's just like the Charolais that come in here. I mean, she's upstanding. You know what? It takes a lot to put these things and to get them show ring ready. But here's one that, like I said, and it takes a lot of feed and maintenance and time. But here's definitely one that is good up over her top, really nice in the way she's so level out her tail head. The young lady does a beautiful job with her. I mean, she's one that's sound and functional on her feet and legs, and to me she's just one that's a neat made bred heifer. Like I said, one that I appreciate a lot. Definitely one that can stand some more competition. Congratulations to the young lady.
We're going to kind of go out of order here, but we'll do the Shorthorn Plus single entry again, exhibited by Regan Torbett.
Another nice single entry. Like I said, we got a lot of them, but here's your Shorthorn Plus, and I mean, here's one that has got a really fancy look to her. I like it that she's moderate in her size, really big boned. I'm just telling you, exceptional in that respect. I think she's good up over her top. I think she's good in the way she's designed and the way her lines are put together. She's one that you'd like to keep adding some added rib shape and body. I don't know when she's due to calve, but it doesn't look like it's super close. But to me, she's one that, like I said, you could do a lot of things from a breeding standpoint. To me, in a lot of different directions. And so to me, we'll get her back in here. Like I said, I like the look of her. She's got a cool look. Like I said, congratulations.
Congratulations to Regan Torbett with her Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bred Heifer. Now in the ring, we're going to go back to our Foundation Simmentals with entries from Kiara Lambert and Maddie Brown.
I'm gonna leave these just like they are, but I'm telling you what, here's a heifer here that, like, I'm telling you what, she's one of them that hits you at the gate. She's one that's very unique, and I mean, she's got that wow factor and that pizzazz to her. I'll tell you what, she's one that you'd like to have 100 of them. I'm just telling you, like her, but she is really neat made. I mean, I love the way she comes down on her feet and legs. So true in her design as far as the way she's put together, level out through her hip. And I like that muscle shape, that long muscle that comes down into her hock, and just a beautiful presented heifer. Young lady just done an outstanding job. I like the heifer in second. I mean, she is definitely no slouch. She's upstanding. Young lady does a great job with her. I mean, she's one that's deep in her, to me, rib shape and body. Probably doesn't tie together quite as good as that one that goes out, but I mean, that one there is an exceptional female as well. She just ran into a buzzsaw right up there ahead of her, to me, but two very, very nice females as well.
Congratulations to Kiara Lambert. She exhibited our champion Foundation Simmental Bred Heifer. Now coming in the ring, we're going to have our Simmental Bred Heifer exhibited by Brigston Birchie. And the reserve Foundation Simmental Heifer was exhibited by Maddie Brown.
And your purebred Simmental division, like I said, single entry, but definitely one here is just like I said, is one that's definitely has some growth to her. I like it that she's so extended. She's one that really super good on her feet and legs. I love the way she comes in her angle, and like I said, she's one that carries a lot of length, and like I said, she's one that is really neatly designed in the way she's put together. Like I said, I love the way she tracks around the ring. We'll catch her back in here momentarily. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Brigston Birchie on his champion Simmental Bred Heifer. Now in the ring, we're going to bring in our last class of bred heifers in an AOB division exhibited by Claire Ram. Following the judges' comments, we're going to bring in the class winners and select our overall bred heifer champion.
your AOB champion once again. Every one of these heifers has been really, really nice coming in here. And like I said, here's one that youthful. I love her underline. I mean, she's one that blends good. She's one that's angular in her design, and she's one that's really, really sound in her angle and in her feet and legs. I like the way she tracks around the ring. Now, she's not as heavy in flesh and rig as some that's been in here, but she's cool made. Really love the way she comes up out of her neckline, like I said, and love the way she gets around the ring. We'll catch her back in here momentarily. Congratulations.
Now in the ring, we're going to bring back our champions to select a top 5. From our Charolais division, we have Camden Anderson. From our Hereford division, we have Kane Grace. Our Red Angus division, Allison Sandberg. From our Simmental division, Brixton Birchie. From our Foundation Simmental, we have Kiara Lambert. Our Shorthorn Plus division, Regan Torbett. And our last division, AOB, from Claire Ram. Kirk will be selecting a top 5 of the bred heifers.
As we select your top 5, and you know, really, my hat goes off to these young people for a lot of different reasons. Biggest one is, you know, it takes a lot of commitment to get one of these heifers ready for this. And I'll tell you, you know, we show bred heifers and 2-year-old heifers in Oklahoma, so you know, that creates a lot of opportunity for a lot of show heifers and a lot of young people showing. And like I said, it takes a lot to get these things right. And a lot of times, you know what, you know, to me, they're trickier to put together than a market steer. So to me, but the thing that I'm the most proud of, and you know, we just got done with the heifer show, but the thing that I'm most proud of is all these show heifers are going on and making great cow prospects. They're making great donors, and I'm old enough, and I remember the day when that wasn't true. And so, but today's cattle, you know what, we correlate with all the advantage we have in genetic technology. But I'm just telling you what, you know, we can advance a lot of these heifers forward just with the matings and everything that we do and everything that we can do. So to me, they got the right kind. They've done a great job. This is not an easy task to get these bred heifers. I'm glad the show provides that, because this is what all those show heifers are destined to be. Their cow life is a lot longer than their show life. And to me, you know, it's basically, I mean, legalized gambling, trying to figure out your matings and trying to figure out what to do and, you know, try to improve. And like I said, so it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of reward. It can be humbling, but they've done an excellent job. And there's no doubt every one of these is going to make a great cow. And you know what, we don't have anything in here that I feel like below average. So to me, they've done an exceptional job. I'm going to go get your top 5. I think there's one out here that gets in my chili pretty quick, I'll be honest with you. So, and we'll go pick you know, the top 5. And like I said, let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations out here today.
Congratulations to our Supreme Champion bred heifer, exhibited by Kiara Lambert. And our reserve bred heifer goes to Brixton Birchie from the Simmental division. And our third place goes to Maddie Brown, exhibiting our Reserve Foundation Simmental heifer. And our fourth place goes to our Charolais division, exhibited by Camden Anderson. And your fifth Overall bred heifer today comes out of the Red Angus division, exhibited by Allison Sandberg. We're going to take just a quick little break here in between beginner showmanship, and we're going to let the judge head back to the backdrop with these top 5 bred heifers and get some pictures, and we'll resume with the first class of beginner showmanship in about Alrighty, guys, we are going to get started with beginner showmanship. I see the judges walking up right now. So we're going to get started with Class 1 with Jackson Erickson, Remington Yost, Sadie Jordan, Dylan Effling, Kaylee Rauschendorfer, Reed Selman, and Chance Riesland.
I'm going to bring these three back here. Like I said, here I'm just kind of looking for some consistency, and I'm really not going to talk. If I see something that on a particular individual that I feel like could benefit them, I'll probably do that out here in the ring and not over the mic and the airways. But when I'm not going to really, the biggest thing is here is a lot of times, it's not really anything that these kids are doing wrong. It's a lot of times it's their cattle, and it gets towards the end of the day and it gets to be a long day, and so keep working hard, keep trying hard. I'll tell you what, I'm most thankful and most, to me, appreciative, and I think first and foremost, this is, you don't have to come in here. You elected to come in here, and I think every time you come in the ring with either with a calf, like I said, you're doing some good to yourself or the cattle. So let's give them a big round of applause. They didn't have to come in here. They chose to come in here. Congratulations. We'll catch these three back in here in a little bit. Congratulations.
Getting a call back in Class 1 beginner showmanship is Remington Yost, Sadie Jordan, and Reed Selman. We're going to bring in our second class of beginner showmanship, Kiara Lambert, Cami Johnson, Reed Kaler, Kenna Covey, Jordan Anderson, Isaac Odie, Oren Hipke, and Melanie Daniels.
I'm going to bring these three back. Like I said, excellent group out here. A little bigger group than we've had in the last group, and like I said, we'll catch these back in here momentarily. There's a little bit of few things I want to talk here with some of these out here. I said nothing big, but like I said, keep working hard. You know, the big thing is to keep training on these things, and you know what? It's kind of like this. And I'm not. It's not going to be any rocket science. What I'm looking for. I'm looking for cattle to be set up quick, and I like consistency. And so those are a couple things that I like. And to me, you know, and if this is your calf's first show and whatnot, I'm just telling you, you know, that's where we go home and you're the trainer, you're the teacher, and like I said, we gotta teach these things their jobs. So, like I said, excellent job. Let's give them a big round of applause. Great job. Beginners is what I love. They're my favorite group. Congratulations.
Getting a call back from Class 2 in Beginner Showmanship is Kenna Covey, Jordan Anderson, and Melanie Daniels. Now coming in the ring is our third and final class of Beginner Showmanship. Sutton Lockhorse, Kirby Sweeter, Jada Jensen, Kason Clement, Grace Daniels, Tyne Tipton, Maddie Rogers, and Brinley Day. Just a reminder, if you were called back from your class of Beginner Showmanship, let's get you lined up so we can get a top 5 of our beginner showmen.
All right, I'm going to bring these three back once we get the young lady up in here. Like I said, good job out here. We'll catch them in here in a second. Like I said, one couple things here to share with you. And like I said, like I said, it's the end of the day, and a lot of times it's really not anything that the kids are doing. A lot of times it's the animal isn't, the heifer isn't cooperating or isn't, it's kind of quit. So I will say one thing, and there's a lot of options on show halters, and I just want to bring this to everybody's attention. I mean, try some different halters, try some different leads. I know a lot of times these, the wire halters are the newest trend, but some cattle don't like them, and I'm just saying sometimes you got to buy what your heifer needs and not necessarily what you want. So to me, this gets into equipment and things like that. So that's just a couple cents on mine. But anyway, very good out here. Let's give them a nice big round of applause. Good job out here. All right.
Getting a call back in Class 3 of our beginner showmanship is Jada Jensen, Grace Daniels, and Maddie Rogers. We'll have these three just stay in the ring there, and we'll bring all the other class callbacks in and select a top 5 beginner showmanship. All right, we'll get started. From your Class 1, a beginner showman, your callbacks were Maddie Remington Yost, Sadie Jordan, and Reed Selman. From Class 2, Kenna Covey, Jordan Anderson, and Melanie Daniels. And from Class 3, Jada Jensen, Grace Daniels, and Maddie Rogers. Following the selection of our top 5 beginner showmen, we're going to roll right on into the junior showmen. So be ready and get lined up out here.
As we select your top 5 in your beginner division, like I said, it gets competitive out here. Like I said, I can honestly say, I mean, this is my favorite group. I mean, there's no fear in these kids, and like I said, they have done a good job. And like I said, don't get discouraged, on how I place you or whatever here today. I mean, just keep working hard. And I can say this. I don't know if any judge will quit a kid that keeps trying. And so to me, you never want to give up in the ring. And like I said, I will say this, though, just a little bit. Like a lot of times when the line stops, I just tell you that, be conscious about where your judge is at and like turn around and get your cattle set up. Somebody might have a problem animal. And like I said, even though that case or that situation is away from you, you want to make sure that you turn around and set up because there's no timeouts in the ring. This morning, or this afternoon when we had a heifer get loose in here, and you know what? I didn't just quit judging; I kept judging. So no matter what's going on, you want to make sure that you try to get your animal set up at all times. But there's a good top 5 out here. I'm going to go grab them. Like I said, I'm going to go from your top end down. So let's give them a big round of applause. A great job out here. Like I said, very competitive.
Congratulations on Jada Jensen for being your champion beginner showman. Congratulations to Jada Jensen on being our champion beginner showman. Reserve is Kennakovie. Third is Jordan Anderson. Fourth is Remington Yost. And fifth was Grace Daniels. If you were top 5, or if you are top 5 in your showmanship division, please report to the backdrop without your calf, but with your show stick. Just kidding, you don't need your show stick. Just report to the backdrop. All right, we're going to roll right into the first class of junior showmanship. With Reese Kyler, Owen Spencer, Jake Yeske, Chesney Cundy, Caden Hawkins, Catherine Scott, Graham Stinson, and Heath Ralston. Just a reminder, if you were a callback in your showmanship division, please stay close. We don't have many classes of showmanship, so we're going to just keep rolling on through.
I'm going to bring these three back here. Like I said, excellent heat. Like I said, deep, quality is good. Like I said, there's a couple things here I want to talk to over here on this side here. But like I said, we'll catch these back in here. Like I said, keep working hard. Like I said, I'm not scared to tell you what I'm looking for. I like them set up fast, and I like for them to set up quickly, and I like for it to be consistent. So to me, I try to give everybody some different looks and some different positions in the ring. And so anyway, awfully good out here. Like I said, let's give these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. Congratulations.
Getting a call back in Class 1 of Junior Showmanship is Owen Spencer, Chesney Cundy, and Caden Hawkins. While the rest of these kids clear out of this ring here, we're going to get started with Class 2 of Junior Showmanship. Paisley Johnson, Chad Stevens, Brixton Birchie, Jace McManus, Caleb Auden, Jory Miller, and Audrey Auden.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, awful competitive. Like I said, very good, very close. And like I said, it gets down to splitting hairs. So like I said, please don't take this personal. Like I said, I'm not here to tear kids down. I'm here to build them up and make them better. So there's going to be a couple things I might want to discuss here. But like I said, let's give them a big round of applause. We'll catch them back in here later. We'll keep this thing moving forward. So.
Getting a call back from Class 2 of Junior Showmanship is Briggston Birchie and Jory Miller. All right, we're going to roll into Class 3 of Junior Showmanship. We have a bigger class, so showmen, please remember to use the whole ring. Entries from Deem Shupy, Tayton Clement, Bevan Birchie, Dixie Rathbun, Holden Anderson, Kyle Shaw, Allison Daniels, Shaylee Jensen, Lydia Carr, and Parker Day. Reminder, if you were a callback in your class in the beginner or the junior division, please be on deck so we can get you lined up so we can pick a top 5 junior showman.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, it just kind of gets down to, which one are holding more solid and all that. So anyway, we'll catch them back in here. So like I said, I know it's the end of the day, so don't get dejected. Like I said, I'm just going to say, I'm all about not only, because I know every one of these showmen knows what they're doing, but and there's a lot of people coming to me, hey, what can I do to be better? And a lot of times, hey, just calf needs to get on the same page. So I don't see anything in here drastic that needs to be addressed. Like I said, everybody's doing a good job. A lot of times it just gets down to the cattle. They're tired. They've been in here a lot, and like I said, they're either not leading comfortable or they're not holding the stance for very long, and so that's what it gets down to. Let's give them a big round of applause. We'll catch these two back in here later. Like I said, thank you for coming out.
Getting a call back in Class 3 of Junior Showmanship is Deem Shoopy and Dixie Rathbun. Now in the ring, we're going to have Class 4 of Junior Showmanship and our last class of Junior Showmanship. We have Logan Hawkins, Bridger Stammen, Mila Tipton, Mason Lockhorst, and Penny Reinholz. Just a reminder, we just had somebody come up here and ask if anybody has a maroon Dodge with South Dakota plates Y1105. Can you please move it out of the parking lot and out of the way so people can get out? Thank you. Also, just a reminder, if you are one of the top 5 showmen, after you are selected, please go to the backdrop in the livestock barn immediately after without your calf. Please and thank you.
I'm going to bring these two back, and like I said, we'll catch them back in here momentarily. And like I said, I don't want to, just keep reiterating. And like I said, what I'm looking for, but I do like cattle to plant. I like for them to stay, I like for them to walk in that stance, so I want it to hold. And like I said, a lot of times, some of these at the end of the day, and like I said, don't get dejected. Like I said, a lot of times, these cattle are tired. I'm just saying they've been in here a lot, and like I said, it's feeding time, and so I get it. So to me, and the other thing is your positioning and where you're at. Like I said, it plays into it. But I'm going to tell you, in real, talking about in show ring scenario, you've got 2 minutes. The average a judge takes per head per class is 2 minutes. So you can about figure 2 minutes per head per class is what you got. And so that's why we got to get these things set up prompt. We got to get backed off of them and present. And to me, but we got to have a trained calf. And so these cattle are young. Some of them it's their first show. So anyway, keep working on them, keep training on them, keep trying to teach them their job, because most of you kids know your job. We got to get the cattle to know their job. So let's give them a big round of applause. Good job out here as well. Keep working hard.
Getting a call back from our last heat of junior showmanship is Mason Lockhorse and Penny Reinholz. We'll now let these kids clear the ring, and we'll bring back in all of our callbacks for the classes of junior showmanship and select a top 5. From the first heat, we have Owen Spencer, Chesney Cundy, Caden Hawkins. From the second heat, we have Brixton Birchie and Jory Miller. From the third heat, we have Deem Shupe and Dixie Rathbun. And from the fourth heat, we have Mason Lockhorse and Penny Reinholz.
Let's give this junior age group a big round of applause. Like I said, nice job out here. So, and I'm going to say this here, like the one I'm going to use, I'll tell you what, is very impressive and just works hard. And like I said, it's always set up. Like I said, the champion showman I'm going to use here, the thing that's probably going to win that for that person is it's just so consistent. I mean, I just don't catch this person wrong. And it's just like, I mean, it's just, and to me, that's the separation. I'll say the one that I'm going to use for reserve, I'm going to call that person the silent warrior type. I mean, that person don't quit, but it's not flashy. But I'm just telling you what, solid, and to me, so and then we'll go on down the line as your top five. But it's very competitive, very tough out here. I'm telling you, not easy. It's not an easy job for me, honestly. I love watching showmanship, but having to judge kids, that's probably, you know what, I'd rather judge cattle. So anyway, because I want to use them all, and like I said, so everybody done a good job. Like I said, I'm going to go get your top five. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'm going to start with your champion out here today.
Congratulations to our champion junior showman, Deem Shoopy. Our reserve is Caden Hawkins. Third, Briggston Birchie. Fourth, Jory Miller. And fifth, Dixie Rathbun. Just a reminder, as all these kids are going out of the ring here, as soon as you are out and you are a top 5 individual, please report to the backdrop. After this, we're going to start rolling on the senior showmanship. In our first heat of senior showmanship, we have Allison Strandberg, Kendra Shipper, Court Bannon, Jacob Thompson, and Elizabeth Jordan. We have been asked again that if you have a maroon Dodge pickup with South Dakota license plates Y1105, you need to move it immediately or it will be towed. Thank you.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, I just feel like they're the most comfortable on the lead, and like I said, they're holding their stance, and like I said, just being consistent here. So, like I said, let's give them a big round of applause. We got a big senior division coming at us. Like I said, great job out here. Like I said, keep working hard. Good job.
Congratulations to our callbacks in the senior division, Allison Strandberg and Elizabeth Jordan.
Try to get half that. Good job. You didn't do anything at home. It's just kind of amped up. Yeah, good job. Yeah. You didn't quit. I like that. Yeah, you did. Yeah, we broke yours this weekend. Maybe.
Now in the ring, we're going to have our second heat of senior showmen, Josie Johnson, Kaylin Riesland, Grace Thorson, Hadley Cooper, Mahaya Jones, Levi Peldo, and Tyler Stilth. Just a reminder, I know we have a few classes or heats of senior showmanship, but if you are a callback, please stay close to the ring as we will need you pretty quick after we are done with the senior heats. Thank you much.
Everybody push forward, turn off left. I'll have you set up right up here. So you'll go all the way around, you end up right here. I'm going to bring these three back. Like I said, like it gets competitive and it gets hard. And like I said, and a lot of times it just gets down to which one's holding the stance and which ones are working. And like I said, like I can't reiterate enough that, like I said, I know you guys know what you're doing. It's just like these calves are young, they're tired. It's we're getting down towards chore time, feeding time. So to me, I get it. Like I said, but I think coming in here, like I said, you're making yourself better. You're making your cattle better. Talk to a young lady. I said. I told her something. She said it's okay. I'm going to have it broke. So anyway, and that's kind of what we do here. So anyway, let's give them a big round of applause. I took a few more out of here. Like I said, good job out here as well.
Congratulations to our callbacks in our senior showmanship division, Josie Johnson, Hadley Cooper, and Mahia Jones. Now in the ring, we're going to go through our third heat of senior showmanship. Ashton Schmelzer, Liberty Cook, Brendan Bryce, Weston Hobley, Vivian Johnson, Landon Daniels, and Caden Cassoon.
I'm going to bring these two back. And like I said, what I'm looking for out here, like I said, I'm looking for them to be relaxed on the halter. I'm looking for them to be comfortable. and then it's kind of like what I think looks good in the ring is kids leading cattle, and what don't look great is cattle leading kids. So just gets down to, like I said, the way these things are working as a team, and you and your animal, and like I said, and some of them, I've been chances times out here. I said, hey, you didn't do nothing wrong. Your calf just quit you. So keep working hard. Like I said, give them a big round of applause. This is a big group, very competitive. Like I said, great job out here as well.
Congratulations to our callbacks in Heat 3 of Senior Showmanship, Vivian Johnson and Caden Cassoon. Now in the fourth heat of Senior Showmanship, we have Kaylee Sandbuttle, Jana Bloom, Chloe Wardell, Maggie Holt, Weston Hawkins, Peyton Herschel, and Claire Ram. I'm going to go ahead and thank some sponsors for us today. Grossenberg John Deere sponsored the coffee and the donuts in the barn this morning for exhibitors and anyone else. Fleet Farm, South Dakota Farmers Union, Outback Steakhouse, who sponsored your coupons and discounts at the check-in table, Farm Credit Services, First Interstate Bank, and Cattle Business Weekly. So if you see any of those businesses out and about here or anywhere else, just give them a big thank you.
I'm going to bring 3 out of here. Like I said, we'll catch them back. We got a big group here, so like I said, very competitive. This might be one of the deeper groups, but like I said, it just gets down to splitting hairs and like I said, I'm just looking for something that's holding their stance, being consistent. It's not a lot of high technology here that I'm doing. I'm just liking that consistency card, like I said, and having the cattle cooperate and work as a team. So to me, awful good out here. Let's give them a big round of applause out here. Congratulations. We'll catch them back.
Congratulations to the callbacks in Heat 4 for senior showmanship, Chloe Wardell, Maggie Holtz, and Claire Ram. Just a reminder, all the callbacks who are exiting the ring, please stay close as we will need you to select a top 5 overall senior showman. Now in the ring, we're going to get started with heat number 5 of senior showmanship. Rhett Merrick, Gabriella Jordan, Brody Huffman, Ashton Erickson, Ty Hoffman, Hunter Heason, and Kane Grace.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, there's a couple things in here I want to chat with out here. So anyway, awful good out here. Like I said, we'll get these guys back in here in a minute. But anyway, let's give them a big round of applause. Nice job out here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Heat 5 callbacks, Brody Hoffman and Hunter Heesen. We're going to get rolling with heat number 6 of senior showmanship. Noah Auden, Regan Torbett, Mesa Jones, Casey Ross, Addison Rydberg, Callie Shoneman, and Cooper Miller.
I'm going to bring one back in this set. It's a smaller group here. I'm going to bring the young lady with the Hereford here, and I just feel like, she's the one that just leading comfortable, just working easy. So to me, like I said, we don't have very many in here. We got a lot here in this final round, so I'm trying to be selective here and cut hairs and try to call it pretty close. So anyway, like I said, awful close. Like I said, good job. We'll catch you back in here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our callback in heat number 6, Mesa Jones. Now in the ring, we're going to have heat number 6, the senior showmanship, Claire Daniels, Camden Anderson, Jaden Thompson, Augustus Hipke, Olivia Oden, and Kendall Selman. As we get down to the last 2 heats of senior showmanship here, everybody else from the previous heats, please be ready to be lined up so that we can pick a top 5 overall senior showman. And then following the selection of the top 5 senior showmen, we need all of them to report to the backdrop in the barn without their calves.
I'm gonna bring these two back. Like I said, good job out here, and like I said, it's just one of them things. Like I said, some of these cattle are fighting the lead, and they're just not being comfortable, and they're locking up. And like I said, I do appreciate the ring help. You know what I mean? I haven't really commented on them, but I know there's some places in showmanship where they don't believe in ring help when it comes to showmanship. That's just kind of showmanship. But me personally, I like when there's good ring help, and that's what we got here. And like I said, it makes it where I can look at these exhibitors do what they're doing out here instead of trying to follow something and trying to look and be observant. So I'm a fan of ring help. So to me, if you're hosting shows or doing anything like that, that's where my hat stands and where my vote is. So anyway, we'll catch them back. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Like I said, they're doing a lot of things right. It's just these calves are kind of done. So anyway, so good job.
Congratulations to our callbacks in the 7th heat of senior showmanship, Camden Anderson and Jaden Thompson. Now I bet everybody's ready for the last and final heat of senior showmanship tonight. Harley Kelso, Cashlyn Krebs, Tyann Kelment, Haston Heesen, Maddie Brown, and Wynn West. And before everybody leaves tonight after this last showmanship class, I just want to all of us to take a moment and appreciate Kirk for being here today, for giving the kids his wonderful advice and being a great judge and keeping the show moving along. So everybody please give him a round of applause. I know that some of our interns have headed back to the scale to start weighing some of them steers that weren't weighed yesterday. So if you are one of those exhibitors who has a market animal that needs to be weighed, please go do that as efficiently as possible anytime soon. Please and thank you.
I'm going to bring these two back. Like I said, I think that, like I said, one out here, like I said, just kind of quit here and gave it up here. So anyway, but I just feel like these two are kind of like working, and like I said, they're leading, and they're just to me real comfortable out here. So like I said, don't take it personal. Like I said, I got to make some decisions here, and I got to split hairs. And like I said, a lot of times, and I can just generally say in this senior division and other divisions, you guys know what you're doing. It's just these cattle got get on the same page. So let's give them a big round of applause. Nice job out here.
Congratulations to the callbacks in heat number 8, Tyann Clement and Maddie Brown. We're going to let the judge finish up his comments here, and then we're going to bring all the callbacks back into the ring for a set of top 5 senior showmen. Callbacks from heat number 1, Allison Strandberg and Elizabeth Jordan. Callbacks from heat 2, Josie Johnson and Hadley Cooper and Mahaya Jones. From heat 3, Vivian Johnson and Caden Kissoon. From heat 4, Chloe Wardell, Maggie Holt and Claire Ram. From heat 5, we have Brody Hoffman and Hunter Heesen. From heat 6, we only have one, Mesa Jones. From heat 7, we have Camden Anderson and Jaden Thompson. And finally, from heat 8, we have Tyann Clement and Maddie Brown.
I'm going to bring these 4 back for your finals. So anyway, like I said, we're running 2 different. We're kind of running a semifinals, to be honest with you. So honestly, like I said, everybody's winning here. Like I said, you made the cut. Now we've got down to 4. We're going to get back. We're going to do the next group, and then we'll pick your top 5. So anyway, let's give these a big round of applause. Like I said, great group out here, great heat, and like I said, we'll see these back momentarily. Congratulations.
Getting called back from our senior showmanship semifinal is Allison Strandberg, Kaden Kassoon, Chloe Wardell, Claire Ram. And now in the ring, we're going to bring in our second semifinal heat of senior showmen. And we'll do some callbacks for them, and we'll put all them back in the ring together for your top 5 senior showmen. Just another reminder, after the conclusion of the senior showmanship here, if you have any market animals that were not weighed yesterday, please get them weighed tonight as soon as possible or whenever you are done. Please and thank you.
I'm going to run here. I'm going to take, like I said, one extra here. Like I said, it doesn't really matter. I'm not picking numbers. I'm just picking who I want to pick. So anyway, so all good. We'll catch them back in here. We'll have another big group for your finals. But here's the thing. I don't mind picking. I'm just saying is because, I mean, it gets competitive. It gets tough. And I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, don't get discouraged because as any showmanship or any class or anything that takes a little bit, I feel like time helps some exhibitors, and then a lot of times time hurts some exhibitors. Like, the steer show there at the National Western, that's an hour-long class, and I mean, and I've judged that thing 3 times, and it's just like, time's a factor in there because sometimes it's an advantage, sometimes it's a disadvantage. So to me, don't ever give up in the ring. Keep working hard. Like I said, keep bringing them in here. Keep showing up for showmanship. Keep trying to make yourself better. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Getting called back in our second semifinal heat is Josie Johnson, Maggie Holt, Maddie Brown, Taya Ann Clement, and Hunter Heesen. We're going to give them a minute to clear the ring here, and then we're going to bring back our individuals who were called back in our semifinals. For the selection of your top 5 senior showmen, we have Allison Strandberg, Kaden Kassoon, Chloe Wardell, Claire Ram, Josie Johnson, Maggie Holt, Maddie Brown, Taya Ann Clement, and Hunter Heeser. And just a reminder for the top 5 showmen, if you are selected, please go back to the barn in the backdrop without your animal. We just need you and yourself and nothing else. Thank you.
once again, super competitive. Like I said, this group's had to show as much as anybody. So to me, let's give them a big round of applause. And like I said, the one that, like I said, that I'm going to use, I just feel like this one here is rock solid. And I just don't ever, and like I said, their animals working good. And like I said, it's just holding true. And you know, my kids in showmanship. And like I said, I had two different kids, a boy and a girl. And you know, I could tell Kai everything I wanted to tell him, and he'd be like, all right. Now, if I told Kyra, it'd be like, hey, you're walking too fast and doing all this, then I'd start seeing her bottom lip quiver, and she'd kind of start coming unraveled on me. So I kind of had to brag on her first, and then I'd kind of, hey, you might slow that calf down. So anyway, I know there's a lot of emotions that gets involved with showmanship, and like I said, this is not an easy job. I mean, I wouldn't, you know, like I said, it's so competitive and so good. And like I said, it's just like splitting hairs out here. But anyway, I'm going to go work on your top 5. And like I said, they've done an excellent job. Let's give them a big round of applause out here.
Congratulations to our champion senior showman, Claire Ram. Reserve was Maggie Holt. Third, Josie Johnson. Fourth, Allison Strandberg. And fifth, Kaden Kassoon. If you are one of those individuals in the top 5, please report to the picture backdrop just with yourself. No calf needed. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We will get started with the market show tomorrow at 10 a.m.